It is a clear and chilly evening in the nation's capital. And these fans ready to explode as they did last night with the walk-off home run in the ninth inning. The St. Louis Cardinals have won 5 consecutive elimination games in postseason and look for another one tonight. Meanwhile, the Washington Nationals earned the best record and home field advantage, and they hope to take advantage of that tonight. Game 5 of the NLDS on TBS with the series all even 2 apiece. Hi everybody, Dick Stockton with Bob Brenly. We'll be hearing from David Aldridge shortly. Well, it's a decisive game, Bob, and one of these teams is going to move on to the next series and the other one packs its bags.
And you know, Dick, we came into this series talking about a couple of keys. We talked about the strong Nationals pitching staff. We saw them really good in games 1 and 4. We talked about the Cardinals' juggernaut offense. We saw them flex their muscles in game 2 and 3. We also talked about the experience of the Cardinals in the postseason, the lack of experience by the Nationals. But when you get down to a deciding game, an elimination game, you can throw it all out the window. Whichever team executes better is going to win tonight.
And pitching, of course, is so key. And tonight we have a rematch of the opening game starters. Adam Wainwright, coming off of Tommy John's surgery, started 32 games for the Cardinals. And young Gio Gonzalez won 21 games. No one won more in the big leagues.
Adam Wainwright has been a really good pitcher throughout the regular season in his career. He's rapidly developing into a big-time postseason winner. Gio Gonzalez only gave up 1 hit in 5 innings in game 1, but he walked 7. You know he'd like to show better than that tonight.
And we know, of course, about the stars and who might be heroes in a deciding game, but very often it's an unlikely hero.
Well, your stars get you to this point, Dick, but at this point, anybody could be the hero. Pete Kozma may play the part of Bucky Dent. It might be Kurt Suzuki playing the part of Gene Tennis. Think back to last year in the postseason. David Freese, a relative unknown on a veteran Cardinals ball club, put together one of the best postseasons in Major League Baseball history. And back to 08 with the Phillies, a star-laden team. A young Jason Worth hit .309 with 2 homers and 7 doubles.
So the stage is set, and the crowd yelling, Gio, Gio, and he will take the mound shortly. Starting lineups coming up.
The League Division Series on TBS is brought to you by State Farm. For home, auto, life, and banking, get to a better state. By Samsung Galaxy S3. The next big thing is already here. By Chrysler, imported from Detroit. And by Bank of America.
Aerial view of Washington at night. 53 degrees as we get underway on a clear evening. Well, it's a deciding game. All hands on deck, and David Aldridge has the update on the pitching plan. David?
Well, as you said, Dick, just about everybody available for both sides. For Washington, the only pitchers who won't go for sure tonight, Game 4 starter Ross Detweiler and Jordan Zimmerman, who came in, struck out the side in the 7th inning. For St. Louis, their Game 4 starter Kyle Loesch also won't go. Neither will Chris Carpenter. Mike Matheny just wants to be extra careful with Carpenter. He's only started 4 games since coming off of that surgery in July. And it's also not likely that Lance Lynn will see any action tonight. Lynn gave up the home run to Jason Worth yesterday, but it would only be because, like with Washington and Jordan Zimmerman, the Cardinals may need Lynn to start Game 1 of the National League Championship Series on Sunday against the Giants. Dick?
All right, David, and both managers have used the same starting lineups for every game in the series. The Cardinals with John Jay leading off in center field. Carlos Beltran will be in right. Matt Holliday hitting third in left field. Alan Craig, the cleanup hitter, at first. Yadier Molina behind the plate, followed by David Freese at third base. Daniel Descalso will be the second baseman hitting 7th. Pete Kozma, the shortstop, in the 8th slot, and Adam Wainwright, the pitcher, batting 9th against Gio Gonzalez. And that's exactly who the Nationals want to have on the mound in this game.
21-game winner during the regular season. He's a guy that generally keeps the ball in the ballpark. Surrendered only 9 home runs in 199 in the 3rd innings pitched this year. Relies heavily on a sinking fastball, has a real good curveball to go along with it, and a straight changeup. Really could not command any of his pitches in the early going in Game 1. Davey Johnson hoping that Gio will settle in and be at his best from the beginning here tonight.
And as you mentioned, gave up only 1 hit in 5 innings. And he walked 7, also threw a wild pitch. And those 7 walks were matching a career high for Gio Gonzalez, a bubbly personality to say the least, at 27 years old, native of Hialeah, Florida. Let's take a look at the umpiring crew. Calling balls and strikes will be Alfonso Marquez. Ed Hickox is at first. Paul Emmel at second, and Marvin Hudson will be the umpire at third. Joe West, the crew chief, down the left field line, and Jim Joyce will man the right field line.
Take a look at the Nationals defensively behind Gio Gonzalez tonight. Michael Morse will be out in left field. Bryce Harper out in center looking to get on track. Jason Worth, the hero of last night's ball game, out in right field. It'll be Zimmerman, Desmond, Espinoza, and LaRoche third to first across the infield. Kurt Suzuki's done an outstanding job, as has Yadier Molina, blocking pitches in the dirt in this series. And left-hander Gio Gonzalez, the ace of the staff, taking the mound here tonight.
Cardinals have been in this position before. A year ago, they lost to the Phillies in the first game of the NLDS. Won game 4. The game was in St. Louis, and they came to Philadelphia and knocked out the Phillies. Davey Johnson has been here before and has been a successful manager, 4 times leading his team to postseason. The only other skipper ever to do it was Billy Martin.
I'll say this, Dick, for both managers, Davey Johnson and Mike Matheny, a couple of very cool customers. And we've had an opportunity to talk to them throughout this series, and both guys have insisted all along they're not going to do anything differently. They're going to do what they did to get their teams to this point, and we thank them both for their professionalism throughout this series.
They are calm, cool, collected guys. They've been around, and nothing dramatic from either dugout. John Jay steps in to start the game. Lefty against lefty in the first pitch, misses outside, ball 1. Gio Gonzalez had the 6th best ERA, 2.89, and was 4th in the National League at strikeouts with 201. 2-0 to Jay, who's batting .250 with 4 runs batted in. And Gonzalez falls behind the leadoff hitter 3-0. Jay hit a sacrifice fly, driving in a run in that first game against Gonzalez.
Davey told us about Gio Gonzalez in game 1 when he walked 7 Cardinals hitters. Said he thought maybe he got a little bit too caught up in the moment, a little too much adrenaline, a little too pumped up to start the ball game.
There's a line drive to center field, and Bryce Harper to his right makes the catch, and Jay is retired for the first out of the game, and that will bring up Carlos Beltran.
And one thing about Gio Gonzalez in game 1, Dick, he was missing high, he was missing low, he was missing in, he was missing away. He missed with his fastball, he missed with his curveball. It's not like Steve McCaddy, the pitching coach, could go out there and tell him, hey, here's what you're doing wrong. He was spraying the ball all over the place, especially in that second inning.
He walked 4 in that inning, now facing Beltran. Beltran hitting .333 with 2 homers and 4 runs batted in. And both of his home runs and RBIs have come against southpaws in the series. Beltran pops it out of play, and it's 0-2. Beltran has never had a hit against Gonzalez. Neither has Matt Holliday, who's the on-deck batter. And lifted into center field, a soft liner that drops for a base hit. So Beltran is on with 1 out here in the Cardinal first.
Carlos Beltran, a .356 lifetime hitter in the postseason before this base hit, so that'll go up even more. I'll tell you, when he's done playing this game, Carlos Beltran will go down as one of the greatest postseason players offensively in the history of this game.
Big pickup by the Cardinals this year. And here's Matt Holliday hitting 188, only 3 for 16. All 3 of his series hits came in game 3, and all were singles as he swings and misses for a strike. Strike 2. Just getting a piece of it. Reaching for the outside pitch.
Excuse me, Dick. After last night's game, Ryan Zimmerman said he was exhausted. I think these fans are going to be exhausted if they keep up this pace. Many of the crowd here at Nationals Park on their feet already here in the first inning.
And how about the finish? 13 pitches before Jason Worth line one into the bullpen to end things and put the Nationals into this deciding game. Holliday goes down swinging, and there are 2 out. Beltran remains at first.
Gonzalez, his ability to command that curveball and throw it for strikes when he wants to, and throw it like this in 2 strike counts, bounce it out there near the inside corner and get the swinging strikes. That's going to be a huge key for Gio Gonzalez and the Nationals tonight, his ability to command the curveball.
So with 2 out and a runner on, here's Alan Craig, the cleanup hitter and the Cardinal first baseman. He and David Freese lead the Cardinals with 6 hits. And a breaking ball in for the strike. Craig is hitting .400, has a homer and 2 runs batted in, and the only game that he did not hit safely was the opening game of the series. One and one, the count to Craig. Nationals have won the close games 3-2 in game 1, 2-1 in game 4, and runaway wins by the Cardinals in games 2 and 3. Two and one now to the first baseman.
You know, Dick, with 2 outs in the inning and a runner at first base, the Nationals are playing in their no doubles defense. The idea is to play deep enough to make sure Beltran cannot score from first base on an extra base hit. Cut off those balls in the gap. One byproduct of that, however, is a ground ball that rolls through the infield. Should be very easy for Beltran to go first to third.
2 and 2 now as Craig fouls it off. When Gio Gonzalez has started a game here in D.C., the Nats are 10 and 4 this year. And in the air to center field, and Bryce Harper coming in, and he'll make the catch. And that'll retire the Cardinals, who don't score in the first, and the Nationals are coming up. Nationals coming to the plate in the bottom of the first inning, and let's check out their batting order. Jason Worth leading off. Game-winning home run last night. Bryce Harper hitting second. Ryan Zimmerman in the third slot. And Adam LaRoche batting cleanup. Michael Morse batting fifth. Ian Desmond in the sixth spot. Danny Espinosa, the switch hitter, in the seventh position. Kurt Suzuki batting eighth. Gio Gonzalez batting ninth. Against the veteran right-hander, 31-year-old Adam Wainwright, 14 and 13 on the year in 32 starts, and led his team in strikeouts.
See his numbers during the regular season. Also, you see at the bottom there his numbers from game 1 of this series. Scattered 6 hits. He did walk 3 batters, but the 10 punch-outs allowed him to get out of some tough jams. He features a fastball that he'll sink and cut, a curveball, a slider, occasional straight changeup. He has really been good in the postseason, and the early innings are a key because Mike Matheny told us that they're not going to ride him very long. If he shows signs of struggling early on, don't be surprised to see Matheny go to the bullpen.
So here is Jason Worth, who had not homered since September the 8th before lining one into the bullpen in the 9th inning on the 13th pitch from Lance Lynn, and the first pitch, ball one.
Well, just absolutely set this place off last night. A 13-pitch at bat, ending up with a 406-foot home run deep to left field.
1 ball, 1 strike to Worth, who's hitting .250 and has struck out 6 times. He'll be followed by Bryce Harper and Ryan Zimmerman here in the first. Curveball line down the left field line, and that's going to be a fair ball. Extra bases for Worth. Matt Holliday retrieves, and a double for Jason Worth to start Washington's first.
Jason Worth was a .333 hitter against curveballs during the regular season. Gets one to his liking this time from Adam Wainwright. He's able to keep it fair down into that left field corner. Doesn't look like the fans are going to sit down anytime soon.
So the Nationals looking to jump ahead in this 5th game, and Bryce Harper coming to the plate, and he will turn in 4 days 20 years of age, and the 19-year-old 1 for 18 in this series. What an experience for him, but as Davey Johnson said, remember, he's 19. Ball 1 inside. Kozma is trying to keep Worth as close to second as possible, shading over there. Now he moves back almost to normal position. And Harper trying to move the man to third base.
He's only 1 for 18 in the series, Dick, but with a productive out here, he could move Jason Worth into scoring position.
In the air to center field. John Jay going back, and he's not going to get this one. It's off the wall. Worth will score easily. Harper rounds second. Here comes the relay and the throw, and it's bounced in the dirt. But backing it up is Adam Wainwright. And on at third is Harper with a triple, and the Nationals take a 1-0 lead. What a time to break out of your slump.
Well, that'll move the runner, Dick. A line drive off the wall in center field will usually advance a runner. John Jay got a little too close to the barrier there, and the ball bounces away from him far enough to allow Bryce Harper to turn the corner at second and go chugging into third base with an RBI triple.
So a double and a triple to start the first inning for the Nationals, and Ryan Zimmerman coming to the plate. And it didn't take long for this crowd to explode here. Zimmerman hitting .375 in the series with a homer and 2 runs batted in. Ball 1 outside. Wainwright struck out at least 1 in every inning he worked in the opening game. Worked 5 2/3 innings. In fact, he struck out 2 batters in 4 of the 5 innings. In the air, that's going to score a run and maybe more. And it's looking up, and it's gone. It's a home run. Ryan Zimmerman, 2-run homer.
They want a cutter out over the plate. Ryan Zimmerman, a really good opposite field power hitter, just drives that one to the big part of the ballpark. Plenty of power to get that one out of here. Well, the Nationals are a single away from the cycle here, and we're only 3 hitters into the game.
So Zimmerman, who singled against Wainwright in game number 1, hits his second home run of the series. Now with 4 runs batted in, a double by Worth, Harper's triple, Zimmerman's home run, and all of them solidly hit against Adam Wainwright. And that'll bring up Adam LaRoche. Veteran Nationals first baseman homered last night. Both of Washington's runs came on homers. LaRoche early and Worth to win it in the ninth. In fact, both hits by LaRoche have been home runs in this series, and takes strike one from Wainwright. One and one to the first baseman. And Bob, I don't think this crowd ever sat down when they got into this park.
I don't even know if they went to bed last night, Dick. I think they just stood outside in line waiting to get back in here for Game 5.
Ball and 2 strikes as Wainwright catches the inside corner. And the count is 2-2. Wainwright pitching in a meaningful game after missing the 2011 postseason, trying to pitch the Cardinals into the NLCS, but runs afoul of some extra base hits, including a home run here in the Washington first. Three to nothing the score, and the count is 2-2 to LaRoche. Curveball, and LaRoche strikes out. So Wainwright can exhale to an extent. He gets the first out here in the bottom of the first inning. One away.
Well, wait a moment. Let's take a look at the Cardinals defensively here tonight. Same lineup we've seen throughout this series. Holiday in left, Jay in center, Beltran in right field. Freeze, Kozma, Descalso, and Alan Craig third to first across the infield. Yadier Molina and his 4 gold gloves behind the plate for right-hander Adam Wainwright.
So that'll bring up the number 5 hitter, Michael Morse, who is hitting 200, 3 for 15, 0 for his last 7. Hit 31 home runs last year for the Nationals, a career high, and he cuts and misses for strike 1.
Now Morse, much like Ryan Zimmerman, a really good power hitter to center field and to right field. Pulls the ball on the ground, but when he hits it in the air, it's generally to center field or the opposite way.
1 ball and 1 strike. Then we talked about how the Nationals were a power-driven team all the way down the line. They were second in home runs, 4th in batting in the National League this year. And jumping on Wainwright for 3 runs here in the bottom of the first. 2-1 now to the Nats left fielder.
Even the middle infielders for the Nationals are capable of hitting for some power. Ian Desmond with 25 home runs on the season. Second baseman Danny Espinosa had 17.
And the breaking ball on the corner, 2-2. Ian Desmond, the shortstop, who's had a hot series with the bat, is on deck for Washington. Infield playing straight away and back. And Morse strikes out. So Wainwright strikes out LaRoche and Morse after giving up 3 extra base hits, including a 2-run homer.
Back-to-back strikeouts with the curveball for Adam Wainwright. Looking to Adam LaRoche, this time swinging by Michael Morse as he bounces that one just behind the tip of home plate to get the swing and a miss.
So with 2 down, here is Ian Desmond, the shortstop, leading the Nationals with 7 base hits and hitting .467. Now Desmond had a pair of singles against Wainwright in Game 1.
Under very tough conditions, Dick. You remember how bad the shadows were that day at Busch Stadium, but the very short, abbreviated, quick swing that Ian Desmond features plays well at all times of the day or night.
In fact, this is the only game we've had in this series where we can safely say shadows are not a factor. And it's strike 2 as Marquez rules that Desmond went around. So Wainwright With 2 out, bases clear, ahead of Desmond, no balls, 2 strikes. And striking out on a breaking pitch, so Wainwright strikes out the side, but the damage is done. Jason Worth leading off with a double. Bryce Harper, who only had 1 hit, with a triple, and then the 2-run homer by Zimmerman. 3-0 Nationals after 1. Nationals lead 3-0 into the top of the second. Play TBS Social Dugout presented by Samsung Galaxy S3. Predict the plays before they happen, score points, compete against your friends, and earn rewards. Download the app by visiting tbs.com/social dugout. Yadier Molina will start it off against Gio Gonzalez, who now is staked to a 3-run lead. Fouls off the first pitch. Molina hitting 143 in the series and 0 for his last 9 officially.
Nationals have done a nice job of keeping the traffic off base ahead of Yadier Molina. I mentioned it in a previous game of this series. He's a much better hitter when he's got defensive holes to shoot for.
Danny Espinosa throws out Molina for the first out here in the second inning. You know, Bob, you pointed this out before the game. You said that the Cardinals had a record of 9-17 on Fridays. Now, they won on Monday, and that was their best day of the week. But they're 9-17 Friday. But let's keep in mind they beat the Braves in the wild card game on Friday. And last year they were 3-0 in postseason on this date. So make of it what you will.
Yeah. Friday, usually the first game of a new series. It could have something to do with it, but I think, you know, that's one of those regular season stats that you can throw out the window this time of year.
If we had a window, we toss it. Here's David Freese, 6 for 15, hitting 400 with an RBI. So the bad news for the Cardinals, they trail 3-0, and looking at the good news, they have a lot of innings to get back in this game. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And Gonzalez falls behind Freese 3-0 as he did to John Jay, the leadoff hitter. In there. Base hit to left field for David Freese, a 1-out single. So Freese now with his 7th hit of the series leads the team. 1 out, 1 on to Descalso.
You know, the book on David Freese is just to try to stay away, and this time he reaches out across the plate and pulls that ball back through the hole on the left side of the infield. Yeah, sometimes against a good hitter, especially a guy with the kind of power that David Freese possesses, limit the damage. A single through the left side of the infield with 1 out is not the worst thing that could happen.
Well, last year's Mr. October on at first base, and here is Descalso hitting .214, but he has a home run hit in St. Louis. The first pitch, ball 1 to the second baseman. He's 0 for his last 6. Took something off that pitch, gets away, no advance. And Kurt Suzuki will go out to the mound to talk to his pitcher.
Well, even with a 3-run lead in the ball game early, you don't want to continually pitch from behind in the count to this Cardinals offense. They will make you pay.
Their bats in game 2 and 3, they won 12-4 and 8-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch and a strike, letter high to Descalso. 2 balls and a strike. Freese, who got the Cardinals' second hit of the game with one out, with the lead at first. Good pitch by Gonzalez there. 2-2 to Descalso.
Yeah, Gio Gonzalez can be sneaky quick. He throws in the low to mid 90s. He'll pitch consistently at 91, 92, but if he needs a little extra, he can reach back.
2-2 pitch, and staying alive is Daniel Descalso, who this year, despite hitting from the left side, bat .309 against left-handed pitchers. Talked about how the Nationals homegrown, a lot of players drafted have emerged, but Gio Gonzalez, still young at 27, was acquired from the Oakland A's last December for 4 prospects, and that was one of the big trades that Mike Rizzo was able to pull off. And it remains 2-2.
And grinding, battling at bats that the Cardinals are notorious for up and down their lineup. Get the 2 strikes, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Try to put Descalso away, and he just wastes good pitch after good pitch after good pitch, waiting for Gonzalez to make a mistake he can handle.
8th pitch coming up next. Descalso strikes out. Second strikeout for Gonzalez, and there are 2 down. And let's check in with David Aldridge.
Dick, you just mentioned how Mike Rizzo has helped rebuild this system. When he said when he got here in 2006, this farm system and the international scouting was actually worse than an expansion team, and he would know because he was on the ground with the Arizona Diamondbacks in 1988. They rebuilt their presence in the Dominican Republic. He hired a bunch of scouts. He really believes in scouting. He says, look, they use sabermetrics. They believe in it as one tool. But he said, when in doubt, I trust those instincts of a scout more than I trust the numbers. Dick?
There you have it. Kozma, strike 1 to him, as Ed Hickox indicated that he did go around on the swing. So the count is 0-1 to Kozma, who has a 3-run homer in this series. That was in the game 3 against Edwin Jackson. And now Gonzalez, who is behind many of the hitters, is ahead of Kozma. 2 strikes. 2 out. David Freese with a 1-out single on at first. There goes Freese, and the throw to second base. They got him easily. Suzuki made a good play. That wasn't a fastball that he had to throw the ball back. And Freese is out at second base. And that'll do it for the Cardinals in the second inning. Adam Wainwright struck out the side after being hit hard with extra base hits to start the game. Double, triple, and a 2-run homer by Ryan Zimmerman. And Danny Espinosa, the number 7 hitter, will lead off in the second. Switch hitting second baseman has 1 hit in the series. And as Bob mentioned, 17 home runs this year. He had 21 as a rookie last season. One and 0. popped up, and that will go out of play.
And talking about Danny Espinosa before the ball game today, Davey Johnson said he thinks maybe his average took a beating last year at the end of the season because he was trying so hard to get to that 20 homer mark. Same thing happened again this year. He was hitting over 260 with about a month to go in the season, but in an effort to get to 20 homers again, that average dropped down in the high 240s by the end of the season.
And he's been a strikeout victim, but he hits this one out to left field where Matt Holliday camps under it. And Espinosa's retired, one out, bringing up the 8th hitter in the lineup tonight for Washington, catcher Kurt Suzuki. Suzuki had an RBI single in the 2nd inning against Wainwright in Game 1, but hasn't had a hit since. 1 for 13. And another contributor from the Oakland A's. Picked up in a deal early in August. Strike one.
The Nationals had a lot of injury problems at the catcher position early in the season. And when everybody did come back healthy, they weren't real pleased with the production they were getting behind the plate. So they went out and got Kurt Suzuki, and he really solidified that position, both offensively and defensively.
Wilson Ramos hurt his knee in May, and Jesus Flores, who is still the backup and until the Suzuki trade, was the catcher for the Nationals. So Davey Johnson very high on getting Suzuki. And the count is 1-2. What a great story for this Washington national team, with a franchise that has really known mostly disappointment, and this is the 3rd different Washington team to represent the city. The first 2 were in the American League. This one, of course, in the National League, and best record. Just missing outside, 2-2.
Well, it looks like they found a home, Dick. Fans came out in big numbers this year, not only here at Nationals Park, but on the road. They had the 2nd highest road attendance this year.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Curveball, just staying alive, is Suzuki. So for many years, the Washington Senators, back in 33, it's been 79 years since they've been in postseason. They moved to Minnesota, became the Twins, and then the expansion Washington Senators came into existence. In fact, Ted Williams, the great slugger with the great hitter for the Red Sox, was manager for a while, and now this present team, which came as a result of a switch from the Montreal Expos. Time called at the plate. So a checkered history for this franchise.
Well, they're worried more about the present and the future than their history.
No question. And a base hit to right field by Suzuki. So he breaks an 0 for 12 drought with a hit off of Wainwright, as he had in Game 1.
Not a bad pitch that time by Adam Wainwright. You can see Molina sets up on that outside corner. Wainwright hits the glove, but Suzuki with a better piece of hitting to find that hole on the right side of the infield for a base hit.
Well, now they've hit for the cycle, Bob. A double, triple, and home run to start the game, and now a 1-out single by Suzuki brings Gio Gonzalez, the pitcher, up to the plate. Hit .094 in the regular year with 1 homer and 4 runs batted in. 0 for 1. In the first game, looking for the bunt, and he fouls it off for strike 1.
9 successful sac bunts during the regular season for Gio Gonzalez. Gonna have to really make an effort to get that ball to the first base side. David Freese charging very aggressively from third base, and Adam Wainwright, a very good defender out there on the mound.
Here comes Freese and Craig, and the pitch is a ball, and it's 1-1 to Gonzalez. And the bunt is is fouled at the plate, and it's a strike, 1-2.
Well, since Gio Gonzalez is such a poor hitter, Dick, I think Davey Johnson's going to have him attempt to bunt one more time. Better chance of advancing that runner into scoring position with a bunt than there is with Gio Gonzalez making contact and putting the ball in play. 25 strikeouts on the season against 1 walk.
Yeah, I think the odds are with him.
Yep.
To try to lay one down. And he shows bunt, and here they come, and he offers at it for strike 3. So Gonzalez goes down. Suzuki will remain at first, and there are 2 out here in the second inning.
Going all the way back to spring training in Florida when the pitchers were working on their sacrifice bunt drills. One of the first things you tell them is bunt strikes. Breaking ball bounced well off the outside corner in the dirt that time. Gonzalez could not hold up on the bunt attempt.
Yes, it's Beard season, and we were talking last night about Jason Worth against Lance Lynn, the battle of the Beards, and this guy won it. And he started the first inning tonight with a double into the left field corner. Came around on Bryce Harper's triple. Fouls it off, strike 1.
You get the feeling that there's barbers all over the United States crying as they watch this series. Beards and long hair everywhere, especially on this Nationals team.
And we're not talking about scissors here. We're talking about actual shavers. There's Lance Lynn. And I guess they used to wear beards in the early 1900s. Every team had them. That pitch is down low. 1-1. The count to Worth.
And Charlie Finley, the owner of the Oakland A's back in the day, used to pay his players to grow mustaches and beards.
That's right. They wore those gold jerseys. They had the old Billy Goat in the outfield. Didn't he want to have an orange ball one time? The orange baseball?
Very revolutionary. Think outside the box, you know.
Well, Adam Wainwright with 2 out. The count 2-1 to Worth. Wainwright making his 3rd postseason start and still looking for his first decision. Trailing here 3-0. Curveball and a beauty on the inside corner. 2-2 now to Worth.
Oh, that's a knee buckler straight down. That's a curveball they say is a 12-6 curve. If you can picture the numbers on a clock, it breaks from 12 straight down to 6.
Short lead by Suzuki with 2 away here in the second. And in the air to center field, a play for John Jay, and that'll do it in the Nationals' second inning. They get a hit and lead 1. We go to the 3rd. 3-0 Washington. Here's how we got where we are in game 1. Tyler Moore with a pinch hit single, 2-run 8th inning, wins the game 3-2.
And game 2 was an offensive explosion by the Cardinals, including that long home run off the bat of Carlos Beltran, who homered twice in that game. Game 3 comes back to the mound once again. Chris Carpenter was outstanding against the Nationals in that 8-0 shutout, and one of the more exciting postseason games I've seen in a long time. Jason Worth with the walk-off 13-pitch at bat.
So we've talked about the Cardinals with 5 straight wins in elimination games in postseason. The Nationals faced that last night and came through. So now the Cardinals coming up here in the 3rd inning, and Pete Kozma, who was at the plate when David Freese was thrown out, attempting to steal as he misjudged the pitch to the plate. And Kozma at the plate now takes ball 1.
Yeah, and looking at that replay of David Freese trying to advance to second base, initially I thought it was a delayed steal, but I think it was just a bad read on his part.
There's a ball hit out to center field. Harper coming on in and makes the catch. Good jump by Bryce Harper, and Kozma is retired for the first out here in the 3rd.
Shading him slightly to right center field. The ball hit right off the end of the bat, dying quickly in shallow center, but Bryce Harper with plenty of speed to catch up to that one.
So 1 out to Adam Wainwright, who walked and struck out in the first game of this series. Hit 121 in the season with a home run and 4 runs batted in. And he takes ball 1. Wainwright's home run was in September off of R.A. Dickey of the Mets. So he went deep against the knuckleball. Takes the strike 1-1.
He can be dangerous with the bat, especially with runners on base. He can make some things happen, but the reality is he strikes out almost half of his at-bats.
Got a good swing there, and it's 1-2. Strike 3, called third strike, so Gonzalez has a strikeout in each of the first 3 innings. Watch bonus camera angles for the division series and ALCS games with postseason.tv. Get started now at MLB.com. So 3 strikeouts for Gonzalez, who has given up a single in each of the first 2, and with 2 down, the top of the order, John Jay. Jay line to Harper in center to start the game for St. Louis. Strike 1. John Jay, of course, has made the defensive play of the series with a sensational catch in the 6th inning of game 2. Going hard against the left center field wall at Busch Stadium. One and 2.
There's that catch you were talking about in game 2. Drive to the gap in left center. John Jay never breaks stride. One last look at the wall. A leap and a catch just as he was crashing into the barrier right next to his former skipper.
Who would be applauding him right now? Tony La Russa. One of many changes for the Cardinals this year. And the crowd and Gonzalez wanted that one, and 2-2. Mike Matheny, who has never managed on any level in his first year. And a very stable dugout for St. Louis. Jay strikes out. 1-2-3 inning for Gonzalez in the middle of the 3rd. 3-0 Nationals. Washington 3, St. Louis nothing, with the Nationals coming up in the 3rd inning. And when you're in Washington and it's a presidential year, you know that Wolf Blitzer, CNN anchor, is going to be working hard and taking a little breather to take in this 5th and deciding game.
And he wore that very neutral red tie, so nobody knows who he's rooting for, the Cardinals or the Nats.
Bryce Harper, Ryan Zimmerman, and Adam LaRoche to face Adam Wainwright. And Bryce Harper with only his 2nd hit, a triple in the 1st inning, knocking in Jason Worth and setting up Ryan Zimmerman's 2-run homer. The count is 1-0 to Harper. Kind of a hell-bent for leather player, isn't he? As a rookie?
Absolutely. He only has 1 speed. Just wind him up and turn him loose, and that's what his manager Davey Johnson has done this year. He has not tried to bridle in Bryce Harper in any way, shape, or form. Go play the game the way you always have.
And now it's 3-0 to Harper.
Well, this is one of the most amazing stats I heard all season, Dick. Only 46.1% of the pitches he saw this season were fastballs. Only Alfonso Soriano of the Cubs saw a lower percentage of fastballs. Real show of respect for a 19-year-old.
And Wainwright, of course, who relies on his curveball, throws him a fastball and it's fouled out of play. So it's 3-1 to Harper, who was You know, when the pressure games in September, the spark plug down the stretch, Bryce Harper was front and center. Took something off that breaking ball, and the count is full now to the young center fielder. And a drive hit deep to right field. Way back, way out of here. Easily into the right field bleachers. And watch him run around third. He's running as if the ball were in play.
Elevated fastball, inner part of the plate, that lightning quick swing right on the barrel of the bat. We talked about the Nationals hitting for the cycle in the first 2 innings. Bryce Harper has the 2 hard parts of the cycle in his first 2 at-bats of this game.
And Bryce Harper, who led all National League rookies with 22 home runs. And it is a 4-0 game, and Ryan Zimmerman follows with a ball that goes to the wall in right center, and he'll move into second with a stand-up double. How about the first 3 hitters for the Nationals? Worth with a double, Harper with a triple and a home run, Zimmerman with a homer and a double. And we're only in the 3rd.
I mentioned it on the home run earlier. Ryan Zimmerman is not one of those power hitters that has to pull the ball to get results. He'll drive it from foul line to foul line. Ringing double into the gap in right center that time.
4-0 in favor of the Nationals. And bullpen activity. You said they weren't going to wait long. And Joe Kelly is throwing in the bullpen now. So Adam Wainwright has been tagged for 6 hits, 5 extra base hits, including 2 home runs. 4-0. Still nobody out, and here is Adam LaRoche. This crowd would like to see this game turned into a party tonight. And LaRoche swings and misses for a strike. He was called out on strikes in the first inning. One and one to LaRoche. This Cardinal team went for power earlier in the series, more than Washington, but they have hit 2 homers in last night's game, and so far 2 homers today as LaRoche misses the pitch, and it's 1-2. The lead by Zimmerman. Curveball. Count is even at 2-2.
Well, LaRoche, obviously a big-time run producer in the middle of this Nationals lineup, had an even 100 RBI on the season. But with nobody out in the inning, this still sets up well for Davey Johnson in the Nats, because 73% of the ground balls that LaRoche hit went to the right side of the field. That's what he's looking to do right here. Move Zimmerman up to third base. He's really looking to drive him in, but he would take a 90-foot advance.
And we'll lay off that pitch outside. And the count is full, 3-2. Along with those 100 RBIs, LaRoche with a career-high 33 home runs, and will soon turn 33 in November. And he gets him on a curveball, and Adam LaRoche goes down for the second time. And that's the first out here in the third inning, and the fifth strikeout for Wainwright.
Very dangerous weapon for Adam Wainwright to have in his back pocket consistently. Just a vicious downward break on that 75-mile-per-hour curveball.
So Michael Morse, strikeout victim in the first inning. Wainwright struck out the side after the barrage by the Nationals to start the game. In the air, deep to left field. Matt Holliday will watch it go into the bullpen. Home run. 6-0. And that'll be all for Adam Wainwright.
Michael Morse hit .341 during the regular season against curveballs. Drives this one a mile to left field. Actually, that was a fastball. I stand corrected. He hit .337 with a .600 slugging percentage against fastballs.
Adam Wainwright gets hit and hit hard. 6-0 in favor of Washington. Joe Kelly coming in. Nationals lead the Cardinals 6-0 with an outstanding hitting barrage of power and joy and celebration here in Washington as the bubblegum flies. Well, the Nats bats have come alive, David Aldridge, really for the first time in this series.
Yeah, Dick, they said it even after winning last night 2-1. They really felt like it was about time. Edwin Jackson told me before the game tonight, he said, man, we are due. We're so close to busting out. And Bob, you mentioned that series against the Cubs. When these guys start hitting, they hit them in bunches. And it's no coincidence that the two guys at the top of the lineup, Worth and Harper, have set the table for them all during September. When those guys get on base, this is a completely different team in terms of power hitting.
3 home runs, 2 doubles, and a triple. So Joe Kelly, the 24-year-old right-hander from Corona, California, in relief of Adam Wainwright. Ian Desmond, and he goes the other way on the inside pitch, strike 1. So Kelly is on. This is his 3rd appearance in this series. So home runs by Zimmerman, Harper, and Morse.
There's one power arm after another out of both of these bullpens. Kelly, no exception. That last pitch at 96, very live arm.
Nationals scoring 9 runs in the first 4 games. They have 6 already in this game. There's a fastball, and the strike evens the count at 1-1. So Adam Wainwright working 2 1/3 innings. Just didn't have it tonight, allowing 7 runs on 6 hits and giving up 3 home runs. Six runs, 7 hits by Wainwright. He also struck out 5. And Desmond strikes out for the second time, facing Kelly for the first time, goes down. Well, stay one step ahead. Get alerts whenever something big happens with your teams. Check out the Team Stream app from Bleacher Report on the App Store or Google Play. 1 out here in the 3rd inning, and Danny Espinosa, who flied out, or 2 out, flied out against Wainwright. You know, Bob, I actually see some fans seated here in the stadium.
They're exhausted. Boy, what a start to the ball game. 3 in the first, a quiet second inning, only a base hit by Kurt Suzuki, and then another explosion here in the third.
The 0-1, and Espinosa takes inside for a ball. Washington Nationals with 98 wins this year. No team in the big leagues won more games. Cardinals, the second wild card, and beating the Braves to get into the division series. And the Cardinals won 10 fewer games than the Nats.
Boy, the Nats really had to grind right down until the end of the season to get home field advantage, Dick. And this is why. This is why Davey Johnson played his regular lineup and used his regular rotation, with the exception of Steven Strasburg. Used the same relief pitchers to close out ball games because the Nationals wanted to have the best record and home field advantage throughout.
And the pitch sends Espinosa to the turf. You know, Bob, David Aldridge talked about that Cup Series, and you've mentioned it before, and after this replay, why don't you retell the story of the Cup Series here?
Well, game 1 of that 4-game series against the Cubs, the Nationals sent Ross Detweiler to mound against Jeff Samardzija. Very well played, crisp pitchers duel, 2-1. And then the Nationals bats woke up. They hit 6 homers in game 2 of the series, 6 more in game 3, finished it off with 4 in game 4.
So only 16 in the series.
It's a good thing it wasn't a 5-game series, because I think they ran out of baseballs.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Danny Espinosa. 2 down here in the third inning. Leadoff home run by Bryce Harper. Double by Ryan Zimmerman. And with 1 out, Michael Morse went deep. And all of the extra base hits, including the home runs, have been shots. Here's the 2-2. Full count to Espinosa with Suzuki on deck. Joe Kelly in relief of Adam Wainwright. Well, this crowd tonight has not had to wait for a walk-off home run to explode. They got their chance early. Harper with the leadoff homer. Morse with a man on. 6-0. And welcome back to Washington, as the Washington Nationals going against the St. Louis Cardinals in the 5th and deciding game of the National League Division Series. And for the first time ever, all of the Division Series games went the limit. Yankees winning earlier on TBS, eliminating the Orioles. What a game by CC Sabathia. Brilliantly pitched game, going the distance. So it'll be the Tigers and the Yankees on TBS, and the San Francisco Giants wait in the wings and will play the winner of this game on Fox in the National League Championship Series. Here's Carlos Beltran, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. Two 2-0 to Beltran, who was traded by the Mets to the Giants at the trading deadline last season and then signed with the Cardinals as a free agent. 3-0. Top of the 4th inning, 6-0 Nationals. There's a strike.
That's a gift 3-0 strike right there. Looked like Gio Gonzalez had a strike on the first pitch of the sequence and did not get the call from Alfonso Marquez.
And the pitch down low, ball 4, and Beltran with a leadoff walk. So he's been aboard twice so far in this game. Singled in the first inning and And what are the chances of having all 4 division series go the limit? It all started in 1995. Just under 2%. That was the first walk issued by Gio Gonzalez. He had thrown 71 pitches after 3 innings of game 1, only 46. And he's getting some run support this time around. Pitches a strike to Matt Holliday.
You know, for Gio Gonzalez, he's got to love his chances, and Davey Johnson as well. When they spot him 3 runs or more in a game this year, he was 19-1.
And this will be a fair ball down the left field line. Chasing it is Morse into the corner. It gets away, and Beltran's going to come around and score. Matt Holliday will stay at second, and the Cardinals get their first run on a ball hit down the left field line that was just fair. And for Holliday, his 3rd run batted into the series.
Picked on that big curveball. Holliday, a real good breaking ball hitter, bounces it right over the bag at third down into the left field corner. You see Zimmerman going to his right, trying to get there, but to no avail. Rolls all the way down the corner where Michael Morse had a little trouble digging it out, allowing Beltran to come all the way around from first and score.
They rule it a double and an RBI for a Holliday. So it is now 6-1. 3rd hit of the game for the Cardinals. And here is Alan Craig, who skied to Harper, the center fielder, his first time up. 1-0 inside to it.
Always a tough play for corner outfielders, Dick, when you get that ball that rolls right down the line and then into foul territory. Clearly goes over the corner of the bag. Good call by the third base umpire as he's jumping out of the way, Marvin Hudson, but then the ball got down there against that sidewall in the corner. Took Morse a little time to dig it out.
Count is 1-1 to Craig. Nationals have made 5 errors in the field, including 1 by Morse and 1 each by LaRoche, Espinosa, Desmond, and Zimmerman in the infield. Runner at second is Holliday, and a chopper to the left side, so Holliday has to go back to second, and Desmond throws out Craig for the first out. That'll bring up Yadier Molina. Molina 0 for his last 10, and he's got a couple of walks and a hit batsman in there. Drove in a run with the bases on balls. We talked about how he's emerged as more of an offensive force in the last couple of years, particularly this season. And hits this one out to right field. Jason Worth backpedaling, makes the catch. Holliday will go to third after the play, and there are 2 down and a runner at third. David Freese will be the batter. Six to 1 the score, and I would think at any point here when you're down, if you can advance 90 feet even with 2 out, you want to get that base. So Holliday's at third, and here is Freese, who singled his first time up. One and 0 to Freese. Two and 0.
Back-to-back breaking balls to start the sequence, which there's no real issue with that for Gio Gonzalez. But when you miss with both of them, you put yourself in a very predictable fastball count of 2-0.
Fastball up and in, 3-0, and Suzuki will have a talk with his lefty.
I think Gio Gonzalez realized 2-0 against a hitter like David Freese, who crushes fastballs. He was going to have to reach back, try to put a little extra on it. His mechanics came apart, and he missed well high that time, running the count to 3-0.
So Freese, who has 3 doubles in this series, and the reigning World Series MVP, not to mention the LCS last year. Looking at the pitch in for the strike, taking all the way. There's another fastball, almost identical to the last pitch, and that runs the count full. Now the crowd gets to their feet. Strike three. Cardinals get a run, and that's all.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
And welcome back to Nationals Park in Washington, along with Bob Brenly and David Aldridge. This is Dick Stockton. The Nationals lead 6-1, and Joe Kelly, the second pitcher of the night, relieving Adam Wainwright in the third inning. After he gave up 6 runs, will be facing Kurt Suzuki, the number 8 hitter, the Washington catcher who singled to right field his first time. Slap foul, 0-1. Foul fly out of play, and Bob, Joe Kelly is one of the young pitchers that the Cardinals really like and will be a factor with his team in the future.
He's been a factor with his team this season. Mike Matheny has really liked what he brought to the table. He started, he pitched out of the bullpen as he's doing here in the postseason. One of a number of young arms that the Cardinals are nurturing here at the major league level in the postseason. Shelby Miller, another young man called up in the minor leagues, finds himself on the active roster here for this series.
And that's a ball, and they appeal to Ed Hickox, the first base umpire, and he did not go around, so the count is 1-2. And how about Trevor Rosenthal, who has made an impact, and he's raised some eyebrows. Maybe
the best arm of all the pitchers we've talked about from the Cardinals, just overpowering, consistently hitting triple digits with his fastball. But then again, the same could be said for the Nationals bullpen. They've got some real power arms down there. I was talking to Chad Tracy, the fine pinch hitter and utility player for the Nationals, about pitching in the majors right now. He said every team has 6 or 7 or 8 guys that throw in the high 90s, especially that tail end of the bullpen when they have a lead. There's just no easy at bats for a hitter late in the ball game.
And of course, the relievers for the Nationals with that strikeout barrage in the late innings to keep the Cardinals at bay, setting it up for Worth to hit the walk-off home run in the 9th inning. 2-2 pitch, line to left field. Holiday moves just a couple of steps, and there's one away here in the 4th. Well, this January on TBS, if you're looking for a great comedy with a beautiful cast and you know, a title that really you don't like that much, then Cougar Town is the comedy with that kind of title. You're looking for Cougar Town, a brand new season on a brand new network, begins this January only on TBS. I didn't want to use the word crappy, but it's in the promo, and so I'm using it now.
Oh, I'd have said that, Dick. You just hand it to me. If there's words in there you don't like to say, just throw them this way.
Now you tell me. 1 and out, and the count is 0-1 to Gio Gonzalez, and the count, wow, 1-1.
Pretty good chance Gio Gonzalez is going to have a crappy at bat.
You may set the record for saying that word. 1-2. 2-2 to Gonzalez, who struck out his first time up. Nationals leading 6-1. They've out hit the Cardinals 7-3. Adam Wainwright driven from the mound in the third inning. And there's a slow hit grounder. Descalso makes the play, and there are 2 down here in the fourth. And Jason Worth will come up for the third time. How about the 1 through 3 hitters, Bob, and how they've come out of the chute in this game, this pivotal 5th game.
Jason Worth, not your prototypical leadoff hitter. He's not going to bunt. He's not going to steal a lot of bases, but he does give you a high on-base percentage. He's a very good base runner, and you can see the guys at the top have really been getting it done here tonight.
Worth is 1 for 2 and started the first inning with that double into the corner. Kelly's pitch is down low, ball 1, and the Cardinals trying to retire the Nationals in order for the first time in this game. And falling behind Worth 2-0. Jason Worth, who before the series said, I like this team better than I like the Phillies team because of their youth and their outstanding pitching. I don't think that sat well with a lot of the followers in Philadelphia. Call strike, 2-1. But that's how he felt.
I bet it sat pretty good with his teammates, though, in that Nationals clubhouse. That's all he's worried about right now.
Now the count even 2-2 to Jason Worth. Reached postseason with the Dodgers as well as the 5 times with the Phillies. Three and 2 now to Jason Worth with 2 out. That's right over the Cardinal dugout. Ground ball to Descalso, and for the first time tonight the Cardinals retire the Nationals in order. We go to the 5th inning, 6-1 Nats.
The League Division Series on TBS is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by the new 2013 Ford F-150 with EcoBoost.
And it'll be the bottom third of the Cardinal order against Gio Gonzalez. And on display the history of this Washington franchise, all the different clubs they've had before, and they've had some outstanding players. Harmon Killebrew, for example, started here before the team moved to Minnesota, and the Twins, where he really achieved great things there. Daniel Descalso takes the first pitch, ball 1 from Gio Gonzalez. Strikeout victim his first time. One and 1. Trevor Rosenthal is throwing in the bullpen. So one of the young pitchers that, Bob, I know you were impressed with, and you said that even before he threw a pitch in his first appearance in this series, and everyone very impressed with this kid.
He came as a highly touted young man. His reputation with that big arm preceded him to the major leagues, and he is not disappointed.
Gonzalez falls behind 3-1 to the leadoff hitter. shot foul out of play. Now 3-2 to Descalso.
At this point, the Cardinals willing to do just about anything to slow Gio Gonzalez down a little bit. Descalso with the broken bat. Normally the bat boy would have a spare bat ready to go, but Descalso walked all the way back to the on-deck circle, got some pine tar, got some stickum and rosin, making Gonzalez wait just a little bit.
Here is the 3-2 pitch. Fastball, and he stays alive as he fouls it back. Daniel Descalso, solid defensive second baseman, and he and the on-deck hitter Pete Kozma really settled down the shortstop second base story. Fly ball deep right field, looking up and off the wall. Descalso, after the good pickup by Worth, goes into second with a leadoff double. That's the second double of the game for the Cardinals, with nobody out here in the fifth.
Right where he likes it, down and in. A lot of left-handed hitters like that fastball knee-high inside part of the plate, and Descalso with a liner over the head of Jason Worth in right field gets it started here in the top of the fifth for the Cardinals.
And that'll bring up the shortstop, Pete Kozma, who only has 2 hits in the series, but one was a big one, a 3-run homer early in game 3. Six to 1 the score. Shane Robinson is in the on-deck circle and will pinch hit for Kelly, and the first pitch, ball 1 outside. So Robinson will be coming up next. Cardinals trailing the Nats by 5 runs. Here's a call strike, 1-1.
Watch how Kurt Suzuki receives this pitch. He kind of gets outside it, and as he's catching it, his glove is coming back toward the plate. That ball was probably an inch or 2 off the outside corner, but Suzuki made it look a little better than it really was.
Went after the fastball, and it's 1-2 now to Kozma. And a base hit line to left field, and they're going to hold Descalso at third base with the Cardinals trailing by 5 runs. Now runners at first and third, nobody out, and Shane Robinson, the pinch hitter, coming up to bat for Kelly.
Kozma, definitely a middle-in hitter, got a pitch to his liking, up a little bit on the inside part of the plate that time. It is just a little bit too hard for Descalso to have a chance to score as Michael Morse charged that base hit hard and got it back in quickly to hold him at third base.
So for the first time tonight, the Cardinals have 2 hits in an inning. Here's Robinson, who is 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter.
Robinson was the most used pinch hitter by Mike Matheny this season. 50 at bats off the bench for the Cardinals. Had 11 hits, drove in 3 runs in those situations.
In fact, he led all of the big league rookies with 11 pinch hits in the season. Started the year with the Cardinals, and then he went down to AAA Memphis and came back early August. Down low, 1-1. Cardinals trying to chip away here, trailing 6-1. They were down 6-0. Had an opportunity with a runner at second last inning, but Freese struck out. Now runners at the corners with nobody out. 2-1. Close call there.
And once again, Suzuki trying to make an outside pitch look a little better than it was. This time they do not get the call from Alfonso Marquez.
Descalso is at third, Kozma at first. And now Gonzalez falls behind 3-1 to the pinch hitter with the leadoff man John Jay waiting on deck. And another meeting at the mound.
Dick, you mentioned a moment ago that Kozma and Descalso really settled down that middle infield situation for the Cardinals. Throughout most of the regular season, Mike Matheny, much like his predecessor Tony La Russa, would mix and match guys that played multiple positions, might play 3 or 4 different positions in the same ball game. But as it got down to stretch time, Matheny decided, this is my best team. These are the guys I'm going to go with. And unfortunately for some of the bench players, they didn't get much playing time late.
Well, Robinson comes through with a walk to load the bases with nobody out. And a big opportunity right in front of the Cardinals. And Steve McCanty will go to the mound. No activity as of yet in the Nationals bullpen. The bases are loaded, nobody out. And in essence, the tying run would be on the on-deck circle. And who will become a legend this October? Cast your postseason legend vote at MLBFanCave.com. So the Cardinals here in the top of the 5th with a chance here.
Boy, Dick, sometimes I'll tell you, it depends on when your rallies start. You think back to game 1 when Gio Gonzalez was struggling so badly with his control. He walked the number 5, 7, 8, and 9 hitters in that second inning, rolling around to the top of the Cardinals order where you had the most dangerous hitters hitting with traffic on the bases. And that's the situation Gio finds himself in here. Bases loaded at the bottom of the order. Now John Jay in the top of the order coming up.
And the first pitch is up high for a ball. The walk to Robinson was Gonzalez's second of the game. Jay lined to center and struck out in his first 2 trips. Descalso is at third, Kozma at second, and Shane Robinson at first with nobody out. And 1-1 to John Jay. On deck is Carlos Beltran. Man you want to have coming up in this situation.
As this inning started, I mentioned that Daniel Descalso may be trying to slow Gio Gonzalez down a little bit. Now it's Kurt Suzuki trying to get his pitcher back into a good rhythm by slowing the pace down.
Nobody out. The bases are loaded for the Cardinals. And there's a looper that's going to be caught by Espinosa for the first out. So 1 out. The bases remain loaded. Gonzalez gets Jay, and now Beltran.
This got down near the trademark of the bat. Obviously didn't get any carry at all. Little soft liner to second base. Espinosa handles it with no problem, and the runners hold their ground.
So that brings up Beltran, who hit 2 home runs. 3rd career multi-home run postseason game back in game 2. And a chance for the Cardinals to move a bit closer to the Nationals. 1-0 the count to the right fielder. That was the 20th pitch this inning by Gio Gonzalez. Chases that pitch, and it's 1-1. Now 1-2.
Beltran with a big game back in game 2 of this series in St. Louis. A blast off the facing of the 3rd deck. He's back and hits another home run. What a way to finish the day with back-to-back home runs in your last 2 at-bats of the game.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Checked his swing. And 2-2, but looks like Beltran going after those pitches outside the strike zone.
Able to check his swing this time to run the count to 2-2. Well, in his career, he's been really good in this particular situation. Bases loaded, a .296 lifetime hitter with 10 career grand slams.
And the ball gets away from Suzuki. Here comes Descalso, and he scores, and everyone moves up a base. Kozma to third, and Robinson to second, and it's a 6-2 game. Runners at second and third, one out, and the count full to Beltran.
That ball actually hit right at the corner of the plate, took a bad hop and caught Suzuki on the right arm. He was in a great position to block the ball had it bounced straight up, but it bounced up and to Suzuki's right, caught him on the right arm, and goes all the way over near that first base dugout.
Wild pitch, and it's now 6-2. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and fouled off. Beltran battling Gonzalez with Matt Holliday on deck for the Cardinals. Robinson with the lead at second. You saw Kozma at third. Again, the 3-2. And down low, ball 4. Second walk of the inning by Gonzalez will load the bases to Matt Holliday with one out and a run in. So now the deficit for the Cardinals is 4. And Holliday doubled his last time up, knocking in the first run of the game for St. Louis. Still no activity in the Washington bullpen.
I think that's a mistake too, Dick. Strong arms in that bullpen, well rested, ready to go, anxious to get into this ball game. Can't let this one slip away.
1-0 to Matt Holliday. Holliday representing the tying run at the plate, and there is a comebacker, the throw home, and they get him at home. So Gonzalez manages to get it to Suzuki, and Kozma has forced it home, and the bases remain loaded with 2 away.
A little chopper out there in front of the mound. Gonzalez with a better toss may have given Suzuki an opportunity to possibly turn a double play, but the throw from Gonzalez to Suzuki is low and to his left. By the time he recovers, he decides he doesn't have a chance at Holliday at first. Took a quick peek at third and then decided just to hang on to the baseball.
Well, that'll leave it up to Alan Craig with 2 away. Robinson the runner at third, Beltran at second, and Holliday at first. 6-2 in favor of the Nationals. Inside to Craig, 1-0. He's 0 for 2. Fly to center and grounded to short. And the pitches mount for Gio Gonzalez. The next offering will be the 30th of this inning. And Gonzalez falls behind 2-0 to Craig. Craig Stammen gets up. He's been a busy reliever for Davey Johnson in this series. And the first man up for Washington in this inning. 2-0 to Alan Craig. Gets a good pitch to hit there and fouls it straight back for the strike. Robinson, Beltran, and Holliday on the base paths. 2-1 with 2 out. Cardinals already have a run in here in the 5th. And inside, and 3-1 the count. 1 pitch away from forcing in another run. And ball 4, the third walk of the inning, and that will force in a run. As Robinson will cross the plate, the bases will remain loaded, and now the Nationals lead, which was 6-0 at one point, has been cut in half. RBI for Craig, his third of the series. The crowd getting a little anxious here in this fifth inning.
Typical Cardinals rally, though, Dick. It starts with a couple of base hits and then a grinding at bat by Robinson to draw the base on balls. Another grinding at bat by Beltran to take a walk. Alan Craig working hard, getting deep into count. He takes a base on balls, and now Yadier Molina has a chance to possibly tie this up or more with a base hit.
And he takes ball 1. So Gonzalez experiencing the kind of wildness that plagued him in the second inning of the first game of the series. Now it's 2-0. Walked 4 in that second inning and 7 in the game. Two balls and no strikes to Yadier Molina. Officially 0 for his last 11. Looking to snap out of it at this time and lifts a fly ball to right field. Jason Worth toward the line, makes the catch to retire the side. Cardinals, however, get 2. And in the middle of the fifth, the Nationals lead it 6-3. Cardinals fighting back after trailing 6-0. A reminder, Monday on TBS, there is nothing more American than baseball and 6'4" red-headed comedians. Don't miss an all-new Conan, Monday at 11:10 Central, only on TBS. Very funny. And not so funny for batters that face him is 22-year-old Trevor Rosenthal from the Kansas City area. As you look at his numbers, in relief of Joe Kelly, the third pitcher for Mike Matheny.
Not only a big-time power pitcher, as the 25 strikeouts in 22 2/3 innings will tell you, but a pretty good command of that overpowering fastball. Rarely walks guys. Likes to pitch ahead in the count. I would expect the Nationals to try to ambush that first fastball they see from Trevor Rosenthal.
And it'll be Bryce Harper, who has tripled and homered in 2 trips to the plate. Coming alive after starting the game, 1 for 18 in the series. It'll be Harper, Zimmerman, and LaRoche here in the bottom of the fifth inning, and the first pitch is ball 1. Rosenthal has shown a lot of poise in postseason for a 22-year-old.
That's his best off-speed pitch, the curveball. He tried to overthrow that one a little bit. Even his curveball registers in the low 80s. Fastball average speed this season, 97.6 miles per hour.
There's an example of that.
Yeah, we've seen him well over that in this series already. He's hit triple digits with regularity.
98 mile an hour. And when you look at teenagers in the postseason, there's Bryce Harper, who has those 2 RBIs in this game. 2 and 2. And that's what we're talking about with Rosenthal. There you see the other teenagers who have performed well in postseason. Andrew Jones with 9 runs batted in. Foul ball out of play.
Well, Dick, we have stats for everything. Bryce Harper this season, his batting average against pitches that were 93 or faster, he was a 240 hitter. Now he's a very good fastball hitter, but not a lot of guys like 98. Very defensive swing, just staying alive up there with a 99 mile per hour fastball that time.
Rosenthal, this is his 3rd appearance in the series, struck out the side in the 9th inning of game 2. And was the first reliever called on for Chris Carpenter in the 3rd game of the series, as Harper hangs in there against Rosenthal, and the count remains 2 and 2. Early explosion by the Nationals. 3 runs in the first, a double, a triple, and a home run. And then 2 more homers in the 3rd inning, and the Cardinals pecking away. Took something off that pitch and strikes out Harper for out number 1.
Nasty curveball at 82 miles per hour. Very similar to the Adam Wainwright curveball. Thing breaks straight down. Very little side-to-side movement on that breaking pitch.
So Rosenthal with a strikeout, now facing Ryan Zimmerman, who has hit a 2-run homer and doubled. Now 2 homers and 4 runs batted in the series. Strike 1 to Zimmerman, and Joe Kelly in relief of Wainwright did an admirable job. Retired all 5 batters he faced, including a couple of strikeouts. Well, the Cardinals relying on their long and hopefully late relief to hang in this game, and the strike to Zimmerman, and it's 0-2. Craig Stammen again is throwing for Washington. 2nd time he's been up. Out of play.
And Rosenthal really in a rut. His last 3 pitches have all been right at 100. Starting to get loose out there, I guess.
Finished the regular season and not allowed a run in his last 7 outings, including 2 outings against the Nationals. There's a fastball and a strike 3. So Zimmerman goes down. That's the 2nd straight strikeout for Rosenthal. 2 down in the 5th. 100 miles an hour.
And it's an easy 100. Some guys look like they're trying to throw hard. They get their toenails into every pitch. Rosenthal, very easy delivery. The ball just seems to jump out of his hand.
Adam LaRoche with 2 down. He has struck out twice tonight. And a call strike. So with all of the early barrage by the Nationals and the 6-0 lead, now 6-3, their hitters have struck out 8 times against Cardinal pitching. One and 1 to LaRoche. Two hits in the series. Both have been solo homers.
We were talking to Mike Matheny about Trevor Rosenthal the other day in his office, and Rosenthal's going to stay in St. Louis and work out with Chris Carpenter this winter. He thinks that's a great idea. They're not sure if Rosenthal projects to be a starter or a reliever, but with that kind of stuff, he's going to be a member of the staff.
And that's a good way to spend the offseason as Matt Holliday makes the catch and Rosenthal retires the Nationals in order. We go to the 6th inning, 6-3. This is the deciding game of this NLDS, and the Nationals leading 6-3 as we go to the top of the 6th inning. And there is Gio Gonzalez, who is done for the night. 5 innings, giving up 3 runs all earned on 5 hits, 36 pitches in the 5th inning, and that finally did him in. And Craig Stammen comes in relief.
Fastball, slider, curveball combination from Stammen. He's the vulture in that Nationals bullpen. There's always one guy that seems to pick up those victories. Comes into the ball game either with his team trailing or tied. Gives the offense a chance to get back in the ball game, and Stammen has won 6 games out of the Nationals bullpen this year.
Facing David Freese, who was 1 for 2 with a single. And there's a call strike. Stammen has worked 2 1/3 innings, has allowed 3 runs on 4 hits. So he has not really had a smooth outing in any one of his first appearances. And bullpen activity for the Nationals picks up, and a called strike 2. 1 and 2 to Freese, followed by Descalso and Kozma.
Stammen has also hit a couple of Cardinal batters in his short time on the mound in this postseason.
And there's a ball through. Ian Desmond into left field. Not sure if he could have made the play, but he certainly could have knocked it down and maybe made a play in any event. Here's the ball hit to shortstop.
Right off the end of the bat of David Freese. Desmond, normally a very sure-handed shortstop, made only 15 errors all season. Just didn't get his glove in a good position that time. The ball skips through into left field, giving that Cardinal bench a little life.
So Desmond, who has committed an error in this series, and the Cardinals with the leadoff man on once again. Here is Descalso, who doubled and scored on a wild pitch last inning, and he takes ball one. So Freese, Descalso, and Kozma have all contributed to 6, 7, and 8 hitters early on. And the Cardinals pecking away at the Nationals in this deciding game. Fouls it away 1-1. Freese with 2 hits now in the game on 3 trips. Sean Burnett and Edwin Jackson both warming up for Washington. And Edward Mujica begins to throw for the Cardinals. And a line drive to Harper, who makes the play for the first out. Freese will come back to first. There's the bullpen, and Edwin Jackson on the right. Former member of the Cardinals and pitched for them in the postseason last year. Here is Kozma. Single to left field. 1 for 2 and was forced at the plate. And Matt Holliday bounced back to the mound. Bases were loaded and nobody out at the time. And missing the breaking pitch is Kozma, strike 1. Skip Schumacher has grabbed a bat and he's on deck for the Cardinals. And barring a double play, will pinch hit for Rosenthal. One and one.
I would expect Stammen to continue to go after Kozma with breaking pitches. During the regular season, he was a really good fastball hitter. Had an average of 400 and a slugging percentage over 700 against fastballs.
Pretty impressive. The lead by Freese. Breaking ball up and in, and it's 2-1. Cardinals have had the leadoff man on in each of the last 3 innings. Scored 1 in the 4th, 2 more in the 5th. Fastball in there, and it count 2-2 to Kozma.
Good comeback fastball that time. Started on the outside corner, tailed it back over the outer third of the plate for a called strike.
And Stammen wants a new baseball. Two-2 pitch grounded to Espinosa. He flips to Desmond, and that's all they'll get. Espinosa might have had trouble getting the ball out of his glove, and forced at second is Freese. Kozma's on at first with 2 out, and the pinch hitter Schumacher coming up.
That's certainly what it looked like, Dick. That ball kind of ate up Espinosa a little bit at second base, got up into his body, couldn't find the handle, eventually shovels on to Ian Desmond, who has no chance to get the speedy Kozma at first base to complete the double play.
And coming out to the mound is Davey Johnson, the manager, and that will be all for Stammen. He's going to want the left-hander, Sean Burnett, and Stammen comes out of the game. So it's 6-3 in favor of the Nationals. 2 men out, and the runner at first. We'll be back.
Hi, everybody. Matt Weiner with the Bank of America game break from Atlanta. Earlier tonight, the New York Yankees beat the Baltimore Orioles to win their ALDS in Game 5. CC Sabathia went the distance, got some help from Derek Jeter with the bases loaded in the 8th. The Yanks win it 3-1. They'll go to the American League Championship Series for the 15th time in franchise history. And, of course, you'll see it right here on TBS. We start at 7:30 Eastern Time tomorrow with MLB On Deck, presented by Dodge Dart. Cal Ripken Jr. rejoins the proceedings. That it's Game 1, Tigers and the Yanks at 8.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. And so now the left-hander Sean Burnett is in to pitch to the pinch hitter Skip Schumacher, who takes ball 1. Schumacher against Burnett, who has made 1 appearance, tagged for 4 runs, 3 earned, and giving up the second home run to Carlos Beltran in the second game in St. Louis. And falling behind Schumacher, 2-0. Schumacher 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter in the series, but has a run batted in on a ground out. Kozma the runner at first, and a strike. 2-1 now.
Burnett throws a fastball and a slider to the left-handed hitters, a fastball changeup to the righties, but he's got that crossfire action. Very deceptive, especially for those left-handed hitters. Really throws across his body.
And a slow hit bounding ball. LaRoche will make the tag on Schumacher, and that'll do it. So Burnett comes in and gets the pinch hitter. And in the middle of the 6th inning, still a 3-run lead for the Nats.
The League Division Series on TBS is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Droid Razor M by Motorola.
And the Nationals coming up in the 6th inning, and it'll be Michael Morse leading off against the 4th pitcher of the night for Mike Matheny, Edward Mujica, who was acquired from Miami at the end of July and had a 1.03 ERA for St. Louis. So he lowered his ERA by about 3 runs after coming over from the Marlins.
And Mike Matheny and those close to the Cardinals will say that the addition of Mujica with that trade with the Marlins really settled their bullpen. Everybody kind of found their niche down there. Mujica was the 7th inning guy with the lead. Boggs in the 8th inning, Mott in the 9th inning.
3rd appearance of the series, and a big swing and a miss by Morse, who homered in the 3rd inning. 3 home runs off the bats of the Nationals, and they exploded early with a leadoff double by Worth, a triple by Bryce Harper, and then Ryan Zimmerman's 2-run homer. Then Harper and Morse homered in the 3rd, and that's how they got their 6 runs and 0-2 the count.
There was the Morse homer back in that 3rd inning, spotting the Nationals to a 6-0 lead at the time. Looked like they were going to run away and hide in this ball game, but this veteran Cardinals team, they're not going to go away until they're out of outs.
That's their MO, and that's what they've done the last couple of years. And we talked about the way they have fought back, winning 5 consecutive elimination postseason games. They won games 4 and 5 last year in the division series with their backs to the wall against the Phillies, and game 6 and 7 in the World Series. And then the Braves win in the wild card. Freese throws out Morse, and there's 1 out in the 6th inning.
Now, when Mujica comes in the game, the Cardinals infielders know they're going to be busy. His off-speed pitch is a split-fingered fastball that he throws about 45% of the time. Usually that ball is just banged into the dirt in front of home plate for a ground ball, like that last one to David Freese.
Retired the Nationals in order in the 7th inning in the game 1, and then gave up a run in the 7th inning in the 2nd game of the series. Here's Ian Desmond. It was hot early, but he's cooled off a bit and has struck out twice in this game. First pitch foul back for a strike. Ian Desmond, an all-star. 3 hits in each of the 1st and 3rd games of this series. Lays off the pitch, and it's 1-1.
Seems like as the visibility has gotten better and better for the hitters this series has progressed, Desmond has hit worse and worse.
Give me the shadows.
Yeah, give him the shadows.
1-1 to Desmond with 1 out. And there's a chopper handled by Freeze. Second assist here, 2 out of the 6th inning to Danny Espinosa. Edwin Jackson throwing in the Washington bullpen. Along with Bob Brenly and David Aldridge, this is Dick Stockton here at Nationals Park in Washington. The experience of the Cardinals coming in, highly trumpeted against the relative inexperience of the Nationals, who lead it 6-3. And if they go on and hold this lead, they will go on and play the Giants in the National League Championship Series. Espinosa misses strike 1. Espinosa has struck out 7 times in the series, of course led the league, fanning 189 times. One and 2 now to Espinosa. Switch hitter. Two and 2 now. And the count runs full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the Nationals' second baseman. And ball 4. So Espinosa draws a 2-out walk after Morse hit the home run in the 3rd inning. Cardinal relievers had retired 11 in a row before the walk to Espinosa, and that'll bring up Kurt Suzuki.
Boy, and that was a great at bat by Danny Espinosa. He saw the splitter earlier in the sequence, swung at a couple of bad ones, but got a good look at it and took a couple of borderline pitches to end that at bat and eventually draw the base on balls. Nice adjustment during the course of the at bat.
Has the lead at first, and here is Suzuki, who singled off of Wainwright, 1 for 2. Nationals leading 6-3, and ball 1 outside. They've out hit the Cardinals 7-6. Roger Bernardina on deck as a pinch hitter for the pitcher Sean Burnett if Suzuki can keep it going. And a line drive center field, and he will keep it going. Drops in front of John Jay. Espinosa will hold it second. So after 2 out, a walk and a single, and now Bernardina will pinch hit.
Well, and that answers some questions for Edwin Jackson down in the Nationals bullpen. He's kind of been pitching along with the inning to see if the Nationals would get down to the pitcher spot. If not, Burnett would have gone back out to start the next half inning with the left-hander John Jay leading off for the Cardinals. But with Bernardina pitch hitting in the pitcher spot, Edwin Jackson now knows he's in the ballgame.
Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach, and talking about the Cardinals and changes from a year ago. We've talked about Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan, the great coach. La Russa always says, I'll go where Dave Duncan goes. And what a great pitching coach he's been.
Man, what a great combination. Those two guys had such a great rapport, and Derek Lilliquist learned a lot of his theories on pitching from Dave Duncan.
So here's the pinch hitter, Roger Bernardina, who is 0 for 1 but has walked twice in a pinch hitting role. Runners at first and second, and a big cut and a foul for a strike. 2 out here in the 6th. Mojica got the first 2 batters, and then a walk and a single. Fernando Salas throwing in the bullpen for the Cardinals now. And it's 0-2. Waving at that one, the pinch hitter Roger Bernardina, who had a career high 291 at the plate.
It'd be pretty hard pressed to find a better 4th outfielder in the National League than Roger Bernardina. Does a lot of things well, runs extremely well.
Time called. Espinosa on at second, and Suzuki the runner at first. With 2 down. Now it's 1-2 to the pinch hitter.
I mentioned Mojica throws that splitter about 45% of the time, but when he's in trouble and has runners on base, he may go to it exclusively. Without a doubt, his best pitch and the one he has the most confidence in.
And the pitch missed inside. Well,
and he throws it hard in the upper 80s, touching 90 miles per hour at times with that splitter. A lot of downward movement very late in the hitting zone.
Mojica has been with 4 teams in the last 6 years, including the Cardinals and Marlins. Trying to dispose of Roger Bernardina with 2 out. And now Yadier Molina will go to the mound. It's amazing how the crowds always boo on the fake throw to third. And they also boo whenever the catcher on the other team goes out to talk to the pitcher.
Yeah, slowing down the rhythm of the game here. This is an exciting juncture in the ball game, and the Nats fans are up on their feet. They want to see some baseball. They don't want to see the pitcher talking to the catcher.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on. And Bernardina strikes out. And the Nationals lead 2. And after 6 innings of play, the Nationals lead the Cardinals 6-3. The winner moves on. The loser goes home. Well, this is the other presidential race going on, and look at the grounds crew tackle the other 3 presidents, and who do you think is going to win again? What a late season rally by Teddy Roosevelt. He has never won this race. He won the last day of the regular season. Now he's won 4 in a row, Bob.
How about that? And in case you're wondering, George is 130, Abe's 130, Tom's 127, and Teddy has now won 4.
So I'm glad they stuck with Teddy in this race, you know.
He's just a late bloomer, that's all.
New pitcher is Edwin Jackson, who has made 30 regular season relief appearances in his career, and 3 in postseason, but none this year. Pitched 5 innings in Wednesday's game 3, allowed 8 hits and 4 runs, and gave up a 3-run homer to Pete Kozma, took the loss. And of course, a pitcher that the Cardinals know very well. It'll be the top of the order here in the 7th.
Another guy with a big arm, this time coming in out of the bullpen for the Nationals. Good fastball, good hard slider. He will mix in an occasional straight changeup.
John Jay takes a strike. Top of the order for the Cardinals. They were trailing 6-0. Now it is 6-3, but they've had some missed opportunities in the last 3 innings where they have left 5 men on base.
And you know, Dick, we've talked a lot about experience and how it affects especially young players. Try to do a little bit too much, maybe get a little over anxious at the plate. And you look at Yadier Molina in this series. In game 1, he had an opportunity with the bases loaded and 1 out, swung at the first pitch, grounded into a 5-4-3 double play, ending the inning. Earlier in the ball game today, comes up with the bases loaded, swings at a first pitch. It's a lazy fly ball to right field. Cardinals out of the inning once again. Now, first pitch is a good pitch to attack for any hitter. But a guy like Yadier Molina, you expect him to work a much tougher at bat than that with a bases loaded situation.
2 balls and a strike to Jay, who's 0 for 3 tonight, and he fouls it away. In the 4th inning, Cardinals had a runner in scoring position with a run in, and David Freese took a called 3rd strike to end the inning. Bases were loaded, none out in the next inning, and the Cardinals managed 2 runs but could have gotten more. Craig's walk with the bases loaded was all they could muster. Freese led off with a hit in the 6th, and he was stranded.
And Matt Holliday also tapped back to the mound with the bases loaded in that inning. They had the right guys at the plate with the right runners on base. They just couldn't capitalize.
Well, they're trying to do it against Edwin Jackson here in the 7th. And the leadoff hitter Jay has to count 3 balls and 2 strikes with Carlos Beltran and then Holliday. Mitchell Boggs throwing now in the Cardinal bullpen. Payoff pitch, ball 4. And for the 4th straight inning, the Cardinals have a leadoff man aboard as Jay draws a walk. Team Stream, it's the way baseball fans stay in the know. Head over to the App Store or Google Play and download Team Stream now. Well, the Nationals will get someone going in their pen as Beltran, switch hitter, has been on base 3 times with a single and a pair of walks. That's a ball down low.
For Beltran, 23 of his 32 homers this season have come as a left-handed hitter. Even though most baseball people feel he has more power right-handed, he's hit many more from the left side because he's had a lot more at-bats from the left side.
And a base hit to right field. And John Jay will go to 3rd base as Worth retrieves, and going to 2nd base and sliding in with a double is Carlos Beltran. So runners are at 2nd and 3rd. Nobody out. Matt Holliday coming up, and the tying run at the plate with none out here in the 7th.
Beltran so quick with that top hand, just jerks that Edwin Jackson delivery down into the right field corner. Jason Worth with a strong throwing arm gets it on line towards 2nd base, but Beltran in on his belly with a double.
And the head first slide by Beltran, who has a single and a double and 2 walks. And here's Matt Holliday, who doubled home a run back in the 4th inning. 1 for 3. 6-3, the Nationals lead. And chasing that pitch low and away for a strike is Holliday. Ryan Matthews is the Washington pitcher now throwing. Mitchell Boggs in the Cardinal pen. So another big opportunity for St. Louis here in the 7th inning, trailing by 3 runs. And he went around, Holliday did, and it's strike 2 to him. 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position are the St. Louis hitters. And a ground ball to shortstop. Desmond throws to first for the out, and a run scores. Beltran will hold at 2nd. John Jay comes across with the 4th Cardinal run. And with 1 out and a runner at 2nd, it's now 6-4. RBI for Holliday, his 3rd of the game.
Going on contact from 3rd base, John Jay scores easily. Holliday made it a close play at first, really busting it down that first base line. Desmond's throw just in time to get it.
So against Edwin Jackson, the Cardinals get a run here. And now here is Alan Craig, who walked with the bases loaded his last time up. 0 for 2 officially. And a good play made by Kurt Suzuki, who has made a history of this series, as we pointed out, in making superb plays in the dirt with errant pitches. Beltran widens his lead at second with one out, and the count 1-0 to Craig. Breaking ball and a strike, 1-1. Craig against Edwin Jackson is 3 for 9. And you mentioned Yadier Molina. How about Molina with 2 home runs and an 8 for 14 career mark against Jackson? He's on deck. Just getting a piece of it. And Jackson very nearly had the strikeout.
Heavy sinking fastball that time from Jackson at 95. A lot of downward movement. Craig just able to get a piece of it to stay alive.
John Jay drew a leadoff walk, and then Beltran doubled. Good hustle to right field. Run scoring on a ground out by Holiday. 1-2 to Craig, and Craig strikes out. Second out of the 7th inning. Big strikeout for Edwin Jackson, and that will bring up Yadier Molina.
Hard slider that time from Jackson. Gets a swing and a miss from Allen Craig. That's a huge out right there. Had Craig reached, I think Davey Johnson was going to have to go to his bullpen. Bring on Matthews, a sinker ball pitcher. Look for that ground ball. Try to get the double play to get yourself out of the inning. But with the strikeout, Jackson will now stay in to face Molina.
Trying to keep it alive for the Cardinals. And he lays off the first pitch. Ball 1. Ed Hickox indicates that Molina checked his swing.
Woo.
Upon further review.
You always get 2 reactions at the ballpark. The initial reaction, and then the fans that have access to a monitor get to see the replay, and there's another reaction.
1-1 to Yadier Molina. And this is an opportunity for him to come through. He has struggled at the plate. Has 2 hits in 17 trips in the series. But you see his numbers against Edwin Jackson have been impressive. Beltran with the lead at second, 2 out. And it's 3-0 to Molina with David Freese on deck.
Well, Dick, if we know the numbers for Yadier Molina against Edwin Jackson, you can be sure Edwin Jackson knows those numbers too. And with a base open, he's just not going to serve anything up there to Yadier Molina.
And Molina draws a walk. Runners now at first and second, and 2 away. And Freese hasn't fared nearly as well against Edwin Jackson. He's just 1 for 7, but he has 2 hits in this game as he comes to the plate here. And we know how dangerous he's been in postseason. Second walk this inning by Jackson. Run in for the Cardinals. It's now 6-4. So they have indeed chipped away. We're down at 1 point, 6-0. Strike 1 to Freese. Ryan Matthews in the Washington bullpen. Mitchell Boggs in the Cardinal pen. And time called, but because it's the home team, no booze. As Suzuki goes after the mound.
Yeah, a little different this half inning.
Right.
They will allow it this half inning.
Each team has used 4 pitchers in this deciding game. Crowd thought that was a strike. 1-1 now to Freese.
Just off of that outside corner. A little bit of tailing action. Jackson trying to work it back to that outside corner, but just left it too far away.
Good pitch by Jackson there. Freeze went after it. And now it's 1-2, and now the crowd rises, waves the red towels looking for the strikeout. There go the runners, and Freeze strikes out. Cardinals get a run, but that's all. But now they trail by 2, and Gio Gonzalez pleased with what he just saw. And the Washington Nationals cling to the lead. They were up 6-0, and now it's 6-4. But Bob, the Cardinals have left 7 men on base in the last 4 innings, and you wonder whether they're going to run out of innings in this game.
Well, you know they're going to bemoan the missed opportunities that they've had in this ball game, but when you think about it, they were down 6-0. They've grinded, they've worked some good at bats, and even though they haven't cashed in as much as they could, they're back in this ball game at a 2-run deficit, a bloop and a blast, and it's a tie game.
And the Cardinals are a team that can do it at the plate without question. Mitchell Boggs has come on in relief for the Cardinals, and their relief pitching has been exemplary after Wainwright was knocked out in the 3rd. So here is Mitchell Boggs. Appeared in 78 games, and the most ever by a Cardinals right-hander. He was 4th in the league in appearances, and this is his actually his 4th appearance in this series. Took the loss in game 1 after Zepchinski couldn't get the final out in the 8th inning, and then a scoreless 8th inning in game 2 and a scoreless 8th in game 4. Home runs by the Washington Nationals. Zimmerman there. Then Harper. And Michael Morse.
They call him the Beast, Michael Morse. Well, Dick, stop me if you've heard this before, but another power arm coming in from the bullpen. Mitchell Boggs throws extremely hard, average fastball right at 96 miles per hour this year. Throws a very hard slider that will touch 90 at times. His changeup is 88.
And he has been used as the setup man, the 8th inning man for Mike Matheny. And last year, Tony La Russa never really identified Jason Mott as the closer, and Boggs was involved as well. In any event, the Nationals lead has been cut to 2 after that early barrage, and Jason Worth leading off, and he takes ball 1. Worth with a double in the 1st inning, scored a run, has been retired the last 2 times. One and one to Worth. Since that last home run by Morse that we showed you, the Nationals have only 1 hit since the 3rd inning, and that was a single by Kurt Suzuki in the 6th. 2-1. Tyler Clippard. An outstanding Clippard and his mates last night. Two and two.
That's what he does. That's why he's the leadoff hitter for the Nationals. You look at Jason Worth, and You'd figure he'd be some kind of a middle of the lineup run producer, and he's done that before in his career. But with this Nationals lineup, they love his on-base percentage up at the top of the order. His ability to work counts.
Payoff pitch and grounded to Kozma. Worth is retired and is one out in the 7th inning, and Bryce Harper, who has never faced Mitchell Boggs, coming to the plate. What a game for Harper. A breakout game when the Nationals needed it the most. A triple and an RBI in the 1st inning, and then a leadoff home run in the 3rd.
You get the feeling Bryce Harper just didn't want the season to end. This is a guy that looks like he has fun playing the game of baseball, and the idea of an elimination game and having to go home and take the uniform off until next spring probably wasn't very desirous for him.
Wanted to keep on going somehow, some way. Now about the years that he and Mike Trout have this season.
It's a great time in baseball. A lot of tremendous, talented young players breaking in at the major league level at very young ages. Bryce Harper maybe a little more fanfare when he broke in, but Mike Trout with an MVP caliber season over there in the American League.
Boggs falls behind 2-0. Adam Wainwright started, and he was shelled. Gave up all of the 6 runs, working 2 1/3. But Kelly, Rosenthal, Mojica have pitched well in relief for the Cardinals. And a strike, 2-1. Adam Wainwright, who came back from Tommy John surgery, started 32 games, including then the opening game of the series. Late swing by Harper, and it's 2-2. David Aldridge reported at the top Chris Carpenter would not be used tonight.
And knowing the kind of competitor Chris Carpenter is, I wouldn't want to be part of that conversation between his manager and telling Chris Carpenter you're not allowed to play tonight.
Foul ball down the line and indicated by Marvin Hudson, the 3rd base umpire, right on the play.
Another late swing by Bryce Harper. You see how far off the line David Freese is playing. The ball bounced in fair territory before the bag, but a lot of side spin, really shot into foul territory. Clearly foul past the bag. Good call by Marvin Hudson.
So Boggs is 2-2 to Bryce Harper with 1 out, and Ryan Zimmerman waiting to hit for the Nationals, who scored 3 in the 1st and 3 in the 3rd. Cardinals with a run in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, and 1 in the 7th. And there's a shot hit to center field, but it's going to die out there, and John Jay comes in to make the play, and Harper retired for the 2nd out. So Ryan Zimmerman will come up for the 4th time, and will get a big hand when he comes up.
Yeah, Jay stumbled just a little bit out there in center field, but good balance, was able to stay on his feet, make the recovery and the catch.
2-run homer for Zimmerman in the 1st, his 2nd homer of the series, and then a double in the 3rd. Took a called 3rd strike his last time up. Pitch low, ball 1. Tyler Clipper in the bullpen and setting up for Davey Johnson. For Clippard, and then Storen to come in and save it. There's a call strike to Zimmerman. 1-1. Davey Johnson, of course, has been a while since he managed, but he was pretty active. He wasn't just sitting at home, was he?
No, he coached Team USA in the Olympics to a bronze medal. He was also doing some managing in the Florida, I believe it's called the Florida Summer Intercollegiate League, one of those wood bat summer leagues for college players. Did that for a couple years. He stayed involved in the game, just not at this level.
And Zimmerman with the count now 2-2. Jason Mott is up now in the Cardinal bullpen. Cardinals trailing by 2 runs here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and there's a shot gloved beautifully by Kozma, and Zimmerman is out a 1-2-3 inning for Boggs. We go to the 8th, and it's 6-4.
Well, if the Cardinals are unable to get back into this ball game, they will look back at that 5th inning and some missed opportunities. Matt Holliday with a little tapper back to the mound with the bases loaded. Yadier Molina swinging at the first pitch, flies out to right field. And then after scoring 1 run in the 7th, Edwin Jackson limits the damage by striking out Alan Craig and David Freese to get out of that inning.
And Tyler Clippard is on, and he was a part of that strikeout force for the Nationals last night as he struck out the side in the 8th inning and will come on to face the bottom 3rd of the Cardinal order here in the 8th inning tonight.
See the numbers for Clippard this season. Yeah, as skipper Davey Johnson said, he's never seen Clippard throw harder than he did last night. Throughout the regular season, his average fastball was just a tick under 93. He was hitting 95 and 96 last night.
One was throwing harder than the other. Descalso, who is 1 for 3 with a double leading off against Clippard. And the first pitch is in for a strike.
That's a funny thing to talk about Clippard throwing hard. His best pitch is that straight changeup we just saw there to start the sequence to Daniel Descalso.
Zimmerman struck out the side in the 7th. Clippard did it in the 8th inning. And then 2 more strikes by Drew Storen in the 9th. One and 1 to Descalso. Scored on a wild pitch after he doubled in the 5th.
Yeah, obviously it helps to have good stuff, but one thing a pitcher can do to try to deceive a hitter is to have some deception in your delivery. We talked about Sean Burnett, the lefty, earlier in the ball game that threw across his body. Clippard gives you that high front side, the left elbow and the glove leading the way for his throwing arm. Very tough for a hitter to pick the ball up if you haven't seen him before.
5th year with the Nationals after coming up through the Yankee organization and with a count 1-2. Crowd looking for the K. And just getting a piece of it is Descalso. Well, not counting fielders' choices, in the last 4 innings, 11 Cardinals have reached. 4 have scored, but they have left 7 on the base paths. Two and 2 now to Descalso with Pete Kozma to follow, and then a pinch hitter in the pitcher spot. And a fly ball down the right field line. Worth is chasing it, and it's going to be gone. A home run. Daniel Descalso with his 2nd home run of the series brings the Cardinals to within a run. Leadoff home run for Descalso and the Cardinals, and it's now a 6-5 game.
Descalso looked like he was just waiting for that next changeup. It's out over the plate. He reaches out, hooks it back down the right field line for a solo leadoff home run here. Clippard perhaps went to the well once too often. Location up and out over the plate. Descalso made him pay.
Here is Pete Kozma showing bunt and taking ball 1. How about the last 4 hitters in the Cardinal lineup? Freese has a couple of hits. Descalso with a double and a home run. Kozma has a single.
Shane Robinson is a pinch hitter in a pitcher spot, walked and scored back in that 5th inning.
And Matt Carpenter in the on-deck circle will pinch hit for Mitchell Boggs. The count is 1-1 to Kozma. There's Carpenter. Fastball, 1-2.
Suzuki sets up on that outside corner, catches the ball right in front of his body, even though it appeared to be off the corner just a little bit.
Nobody out. Nobody on. The count 1-2 to Pete Kozma. And he pops it up down the left field line. Ian Desmond calls for it and makes the catch in foul territory for the first out here in the 8th. And the largest crowd in Nationals history witnessing this 5th game, and things have gotten a little tight for the fans and the Nationals after taking a 6-0 lead. It's now 6-5, but the attendance 45,966, the largest crowd in National history, as Carpenter will come up to pinch hit for Boggs.
Interesting at bat here, Dick. Excuse me. Matt Carpenter on the season was a .500 hitter against changeup, slugging nearly .800.
Strike 1 to Carpenter.
And we've documented that Tyler Clippard's best pitch is a straight changeup. Carpenter has what they call in the game a slider speed bat. Catches up to off-speed pitches in the strike zone. Mediocre fastballs out over the plate. Clippard has got to locate that changeup.
Carpenter is 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter. Cardinals have not had a successful pinch hit in this series. And now Clippard is ahead of him 0-2.
And you can see that time Carpenter well tardy on a 93-mile-an-hour fastball in a location that a lot of left-handed hitters hammer fastballs.
Get a comment on the largest crowd. It's in Nationals Park history. He used to play at Old Griffith Stadium and RFK Stadium here. That's high, 1-2. Carpenter, the 3rd pinch hitter tonight for the Cardinals. Shane Robinson drew a walk. Schumacher bounced out, and 1-2 now with 1 out to Carpenter here in the 8th. You consider the Nationals with 3 in the 1st and 3 in the 3rd. Extra base hits and 3 home runs. And the Cardinals fighting back with 1 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th, and 1 here in the 8th inning. Just missed, and it's 3-2.
First changeup in the sequence. Went after him with 4 straight fastballs. Finally goes to his bread and butter pitch, that changeup, and that is a good location. Carpenter, you can see him bend over at the waist to watch that pitch tail out of the strike zone.
On deck, the top of the order, John Jay. Here's the payoff pitch. And staying alive, fouled at the plate. This crowd a lot more tense than they were earlier when they had a 6-0 lead, and it looked like they were going to roll to win this division series. And good fastball. Carpenter strikes out for the 2nd out.
Well, that's the thing. This time of year, Dick, if you have a hole in your swing, if you have a weakness, the opposing pitchers are going to find it and they're going to exploit it. Nationals are well aware that Matt Carpenter's a good off-speed hitter, so the only changeups they threw him were out of the strike zone away. Finished him off with a fastball up.
2 out to John Jay. 0 for 3 and walked and scored a run last inning. Way out in front of that one for strike one.
Jay, on the other hand, may see all changeups in this at bat. He is a really good fastball hitter, struggles with the straight change. During the regular season, hit only 179 against changeups.
Pitch is outside, so if you're not going to give him the off-speed pitch, you're not going to throw one near the plate, and the count is 1-1 with 2 out. Hits are all even now at 8 apiece. Nationals lead the Cardinals 6-5. The winner will move on to the National League Championship Series against the Giants. If the Nationals win, the Giants will come here. If the Cardinals win, the Cardinals will go out to the Bay Area. Tyler Clippard, 27-year-old from Newport Richey, Florida. Been a setup man, in fact, a real good one a couple of years ago. Also won 11 games in 2010. Missed outside.
Yeah, Clippard may be missing a little bit with that changeup off the outside corner, but that's where you want to miss with that pitch. You don't want to make a mistake with a changeup over the heart of the plate, where even a guy like John Jay could put a power swing on it.
2-2 pitch lifted in the air to right center field. Harper calls for it and makes the catch to retire the side. Cardinals, with a leadoff home run by Descalso, now trails 6-5 as the Nats come up in the 8th. The Washington Nationals lead the St. Louis Cardinals 6-5. With the Nationals coming up in the last of the 8th, and coming up after our game, it's Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. Remember to drink responsibly. So Jason Mott is on. He normally is the closer, but Mike Matheny calling on all of his better pitchers here, and they've done a great job, the bullpen, since Wainwright gave up the 6 runs, Bob.
Yeah, Jason Mott's been real good for Mike Matheny all year. 42 saves in 49 opportunities. Big time power arm once again. Throws a 4-seam fastball, a cut fastball in the mid-90s. Is allergic to off-speed pitches.
In a non-safe situation, game 1 retired the Nationals in order. Adam LaRoche fouls back the first pitch for a strike. LaRoche 0 for 3, has struck out twice. Cardinals bullpen tonight in 4 2/3 innings have given up 1 hit, no runs, have walked 1 and struck out 5. That's as good as it gets.
That's pretty darn good.
Bruce Storen is up and throwing, to no one's surprise, in the Nats bullpen. One and one, the count to LaRoche, followed by Michael Morse and Ian Desmond. And it's 2-1 now.
Jason Mott started his professional career in the Cardinals organization as a catcher. After 264 minor league games, a 191 batting average, and 4 home runs, they decided to take that strong arm and put it on the mound.
Good pitch in on the fist, fouled away. So he can call his own pitches and doesn't need Yadier Molina to flash the fingers.
Well, he has a little bit of a catcher's delivery out there on the mound. Very short arm, almost puts the ball up behind his right ear. Well, like you would see a catcher throw to second base, but really gets a lot of arm speed going toward home plate to generate that velocity.
2-2 pitch and a full count to LaRoche. National bats have been quiet ever since Morse homered in the third inning. Only one hit and one walk since that time. And they left two on base in the sixth. And a line drive, base hit to right field. Starts it off in the bottom of the eighth. Adam LaRoche is aboard. And that's hit number 9 for Washington.
'98-mile-per-hour fastball from Jason Mott. Adam LaRoche turned it around like he knew it was coming, because he probably did. I mentioned Jason Mott just does not change speeds. Hard four-seam fastball, hard cut fastball.
So Michael Morse, who has a home run, his first homer and first RBI in the series, coming to the plate. 1 for 3. And in his career, 2 for 5 against Mitchell Boggs. Or I should say, Jason Mott. Nationals looking for an important insurance run. Line drive, base hit, center field. Stopping at second is LaRoche. First and second, nobody out, and Ian Desmond coming to the plate.
Yeah, no secrets with Jason Mott. Gear it up. Just set that knob on the, or rather the dial on the bottom of your bat to fastball and be ready to hit it.
And Ian Desmond, who was 0 for 3. Struck out his first 2 times. So LaRoche, the runner at second. Morse on at first base.
I think he's going to be swinging away. No sacrifice bunts on the season for Ian Desmond. And we've talked about Davey Johnson throughout this series. He's just not a big believer in that sacrifice bunt.
Played second base for Earl Weaver, who didn't believe in the bunt either. He said, give me the 3-run homer.
Well, Desmond's capable of that. I mentioned earlier, 25 bombs on the season. Great power for a middle infielder.
Fouled into the Nats dugout, and it's 1-1. Ian Desmond mentioned the 25 home runs, and that's the most by any Washington shortstop ever, whether they were called the Senators or the Nats. Two on and nobody out here in the bottom of the eighth. Out of play to the right. Danny Espinosa on deck. So the Cardinals need Jason Mott to pitch out of trouble here. Keep this a 1-run game into the 9th inning. Cardinals have some tough hitters coming up in that ninth. 1-2 pitch grounded. Freeze gloves it. Gets the force at second. Not in time at first. So Desmond is on at first. LaRoche goes to third. There's 1 out. Runners at the corners.
Slowly hit ball to the left side. Freeze moving to his left. Gets to it in pretty good shape. Takes a little bit of time and then throws a changeup over there to Daniel Descalso, who just does not have enough time to complete the double play.
So the Cardinals are going to bring their infield in and try to cut off the run at the plate with a 1-run lead by the Nationals. Here is Danny Espinosa. 0 for 2, walked his last time up. And and a ground ball foul. The Cardinals have not executed a double play, which of course also means that the Nats have not hit into a double play yet in this series. 0-1 the count to Espinosa. Very big batter at the plate right here as this series hangs in the balance in the 5th and deciding game. Will the Nationals, with the best record in the league and a great story this year, move on and finally put the Cardinals out of it after their dramatics the last 2 years? And it's popped up to the infield. Craig makes the catch in foul territory, and a big out for Jason Mott. 2 out now with 1st and 3rd, and Kurt Suzuki will come to the plate. Suzuki 2 for 3 with a pair of singles. And looking ahead to the Cardinal ninth, it'll be Beltran, Holiday, and Craig, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters, against Drew Storen, the closer. Right now it's a 1-run game. Bases are 1st and 3rd with 2 away. And a strike to Suzuki.
A little bit of a false start that time at first by Ian Desmond. Davey doesn't like to steal a lot either. The Nationals haven't attempted a stolen base in this 5-game series, but Desmond has base stealing speed. 21 out of 27 during the regular season.
And if Suzuki can keep it alive, Chad Tracy will come up and pinch hit. Storen will be coming in any event in the 9th. Runners at the corners, 2 outs, 1 and 1. Popped out of play. Now a ball and 2 strikes. Jason Mott, 6th pitcher for Mike Matheny. Adam Wainwright could not finish the 3rd, giving up 6 runs, 3 home runs, and 6 extra base hits. There goes the runner from first, and reaching out to try to make contact. Suzuki does, but fouls it off, and they were sending Ian Desmond.
Yeah, that's a straight steal on the part of Ian Desmond, but Kurt Suzuki trying to take advantage of a pitch that was away, actually off the plate away, and try to shoot a ground ball through that right side of the infield as Desmond was on the move.
And there's a ball hit into center field for a base hit. And the Nationals get that important insurance run and lead 7-5. Kurt Suzuki with his 3rd hit of the game. And it's a huge run for Washington here in the last of the 8th.
Little cutter down below the knees on the outside corner. Suzuki just trying to protect the plate, get the bat on the ball, and he finds the hole up the middle of the field. That is a huge run, Dick. I'll tell you, a 1-run ball game, any mistake could possibly get hit out of the ballpark by this powerful Cardinals offense, but that extra run makes all the difference in the world.
Adam LaRoche coming across, and Suzuki, who singled home a run in the 2nd inning of game 1 and had gone hitless until his 3 hits, and of course his big RBI single here in the 8th. And here is Chad Tracy pinch hitting for Clippard, and he takes ball 1. So you can almost hear this 45,966, largest crowd in Nationals Park history, exhale with that base hit. 1-1.
Hits off the bench for Chad Tracy during the regular season for Davey Johnson. Those 12 hits produced 11 RBI.
0 for 3 officially in this series. So after Kelly, Rosenthal, Mojica, and Boggs held the Nationals scoreless from the 3rd inning on, Mott has given up a run, and this pop-up handled by Freeze, and that'll do it for the Nationals in the 8th, but they get a huge run and take a 7-5 lead in the 9th. 3 outs away from moving to the championship series. Nationals lead the Cardinals 7-5 going into the 9th inning, and Drew Storen, the Nats closer, is in the game, and right now let's send it down to David Aldridge.
Dick, this is his 3rd appearance in 3 days. I asked him last night, are you going to be ready to go if they call on you? He says, look, I will find it from somewhere if they need me tonight, and we will see if he's got 3 outs worth, Dick.
He earned the win when Worth hit the homer in the bottom of the 9th inning, picked up a save in game 1. So here is Drew Storen, Lance Lynn's high school teammate from Brownsburg High School near Indianapolis. And in game 4, Storen was the winning pitcher, and Lance Lynn took the loss. Those are the 3 that will face Storen, Beltran, Holiday, and Craig in the 9th, Bob.
Fastball slider changeup combination from Drew Storen. More sliders to the righties, more changeups to the lefties, and he's a strike thrower. A 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio this season.
Beltran has not been retired tonight. Single and a double and 2 walks, and has scored a run. 1-0 to Beltran. Last chance for the Cardinals, who beat the Braves to get into this division series as the 2nd wild card. 1-1 to Beltran. Drew Storen, who had elbow surgery, 25 years old. Shot to center field. Harper going back, and it's over his head. Bounces off the wall. Beltran, after a bobble, will hold his second. And a leadoff double here in the 9th inning by Carlos Beltran. His 3rd hit of the game and 2nd double.
Beltran just continues to amass big numbers in the postseason offensively. That's a rocket short hopping the fence out there in center field. Even Bryce Harper's speed can't catch up to that one.
Cardinals have a runner in scoring position, and looming large now is that insurance run that the Nats got in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Matt Holliday, who is 1 for 4 with a double and has knocked in 2 runs. Breaking ball, bounce to 3rd. Zimmerman throws out Holliday as Beltran moves to 3rd. 1 out in the 9th.
Every time Ryan Zimmerman throws the ball from 3rd base across the diamond, fans here at Nationals Park hold their breath. There's a lot of issues with that right shoulder. He's going to have some surgery at the end of the season. He's had multiple cortisone shots this year just to be able to go out and play. And that ball leaves his hand. It looks like it's going to go over Adam LaRoche. A lot of sinking action at the very end. Ends up on target.
So Holliday was up as a potential tying run at the plate. So is Alan Craig. And the breaking ball is inside. 1-0 to Craig, who is 0 for 3 with a walk. He walked with the bases loaded.
Well, we talked about Kurt Suzuki getting some pitches for his pitchers earlier in the game. He took one away from Drew Storen that time. That slider was all over the strike zone, and Suzuki pushed it right down below the knees.
Craig had 22 home runs and 92 runs batted in during the season. Swings and misses on a fastball from Storen. Nationals trying to hold on and withstand a Cardinals surge after it was 6-0 at one point. Cardinals came to within 6-5 before the Nats got a run in the bottom of the 8th. Beltran at third, breaking pitch, and it's 2-1 to Alan Craig. Yadier Molina on deck for the Redbirds. There he is.
Well, the Nationals really only concerned with the guy at the plate right now. Once again playing in their no doubles defense. Everybody, especially Michael Morrison left, playing very deep.
Two and two.
Well located fastball, bottom of the kneecaps, outside corner. Not much you can do with that pitch, even if you do make contact.
Staying alive is Craig. Drew Storen, who did not pitch this year until July the 19th. Coming off of that elbow surgery. Cardinals need 2 to tie. Beltran at third with 1 out, 2 and 2 to Alan Craig, the cleanup hitter. And Craig goes down for the 2nd out of the ninth.
Wicked slider from Drew Storen. Mentioned fastball, slider to the righties. That pounded Craig with some fastballs on that outside corner. Comes back with a slider in the same location, working off the corner of the plate. Swing and a miss from Alan Craig.
So a 2-run lead, 2 out, runner at third, and Yadier Molina coming up. Molina is 0 for 3, walked his last time up. Molina 1 for 5 against Storen. The one hit, though, was a home run. One and 0 inside.
That's the second first pitch slider that Storen has thrown in this inning that looked to be a strike. Just didn't get the call and didn't get a real good job from his catcher receiving the pitch.
Nationals 1 out away from moving on to host the San Francisco Giants. Cardinals have stayed alive admirably the last 2 years in postseason. But they're down to their last out. Foul straight back, and it's 1-1 to Molina. A lot of people didn't think the Cardinals would get this far after losing Albert Pujols, Tony La Russa, and Dave Duncan, the manager and pitching coach combination, and then injuries to Furcal and Lance Berkman. But they got to postseason and are in the division series now, trying to hang on. 1-1 pitch, 2-1. Cardinals string of 5 consecutive elimination game victories in postseason on the line here. And a foul ball out of play. And now the Cardinals down to their last strike. And it's 3-2 now to Molina. And if he can keep it going, David Freese. What a man for the Cardinals to have come up here. If Molina can keep it alive. Beltran is at third. 2 out, 2-run lead for the Nationals here in the 9th inning. And ball 4, and Yadier Molina draws the walk, and runners now at first and third, so the tying runs are on the base paths, and David Freese coming to the plate. Yes.
Slider left way up above the top of the strike zone by Drew Storen. 2 bench players available for Mike Matheny. One, Adron Chambers, who has been used as a pinch runner a lot during the second half of the season. The other, his backup catcher, Tony Cruz. Would he pinch run for Yadier Molina? I don't believe so.
And he's not a bad base runner at that. And here is Freese, and grounds the first pitch foul. Freese with 2 hits and 4 trips tonight. And the Cardinals are going to need his postseason exploits that he showed last year to hang in there. 1 strike, 2 outs. Well, these fans are loving it. And a tad nervous. One and 1 to Freese. Good pitch in on the fist. Freese getting the fastball and fouls it. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes, and again the Cardinals down to their last strike.
Got to be careful in there. David Freese, a very dangerous hitter from the middle of the plate in. That's where his power is. Most teams, especially in this particular situation, just try to stay away.
Team with the best record in baseball, trying to complete a come-from-behind win in the series against the experienced Cardinals. Check swing. And it's 2-2 as they check with Ed Hickox, the first base umpire on this.
Yeah, it looked like he was able to hold it back that time. A little bit of indecision. Good slider once again from Drew Storen in a great location when he's ahead in the count. That time Freese able to check.
First and third. 2 out. 2-run lead. 2-2 to Freese. Just missing outside, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
I'd have to think about holding Yadier Molina on first base right here. Adam LaRoche is going to swing around and play behind him. But Yadier Molina represents the tying run, and as you mentioned, he's a good base runner, not a fast base runner, but a good base runner. I would hold him on first base. Very little chance David Freese is going to hit a ground ball to the right side.
Payoff pitch with 2 out, and there goes Molina. And ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 outs, and the tying runs are in scoring position here in the 9th inning with Daniel Descalso coming up, and he homered his last time. And going out to the mound, Steve McCatty to talk to his closer.
Let's take a look at how Drew Storen attacked David Freese in that particular at bat, representing the go-ahead run in this ball game. Starts him with that nasty slider that was fouled away, just misses off the outside corner, misses up and in. That was the pitch the Nationals wanted, that fastball that was well off the outside corner, but wishful thinking on the part of the fans here at Nationals Park. Storen looked like he just didn't want too much to do with Freese in that particular situation. And
you mentioned Adron Chambers, the speedy pinch runner, and he's going to go in run now for Molina at second, because Chambers is the key runner at second. Bases are loaded. A 2-run lead for the Nats. And Descalso, who has doubled and homered in his last at bat. Coming down to the wire in this game. And there's a ball hit off the glove of Desmond. 2 runs are going to score. The Cardinals are tying up. Descalso with a sharp ground ball off the glove of Ian Desmond, and we have a new ball game. And the Cardinals coming back and tying the game at 7-7. A base hit for Descalso after homering last inning.
A bullet back up the middle of the field. Desmond able to get a glove on it. Looked like he was a little off balance as he made that dive to his left. Beltran will score easily. The pinch runner Chambers right behind him to tie it up. Wow.
And you've said it, and you can look at the face of the fans here anticipating the clincher here and moving on, but the Cardinals never say die. They're never out of it until you actually get them retired and out of it. And here is Kozma, and he takes strike 1. Tony Cruz is on deck for the Cardinals, backup catcher. And he would bat in the pitcher spot. Runners at first and third, and a call strike. So the go-ahead run is at third base in David Freese. On at first base is Daniel Descalso. (7-7) the score. It was 6-0 Washington. 5 runs across the plate for the Cardinals, and then the insurance run. There goes the runner from first, and he's in at second base. And all that does is affect a possible force play, as Descalso will be credited with a stolen base. So now second and third, and 1 and 2 the count to Kozma. Cardinals managing to get 2 runs off of the closer Drew Storen. 1-2 to Kozma, and the count is even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. What a turn of events, Bob Brenly.
I'm telling you. I mean, you got your closer on the mound. You're feeling pretty good about the way things are going. You know, the leadoff double by Beltran, but then 2 quick outs. Fans are on their feet. They're ready to start throwing confetti, and now look at it.
Walks to Molina and Freese before the sharp single off of Desmond's glove by Descalso. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and a line drive to right field. It's going to be a base hit. 2 runs will score, and the Cardinals take a 9-7 lead. Pete Kozma delivers a 2-run single to right field, and a 9-7 game. 4 runs crossing the plate for the Cardinals here in the 9th.
We alluded to it in the open of the show that perhaps Pete Kozma would be this year's unlikely hero, a la Bucky Dent. I have a feeling there's some National fans that will refer to Pete Kozma with the same adjectives they use for Bucky Dent.
Which we can't say here.
No.
Because this is a family show. And it's 9-7 the score. Kozma knocking in 2 runs, and it could have been Descalso just the same. Both of them unlikely heroes in the bottom third of the order, coming up big for the Cardinals here. And here is Jason Mott batting for himself here. Now we'll look ahead to the Nationals' 9th inning. It'll be the top of the order: Worth, Harper, and Zimmerman. Crowd is stunned. The largest crowd ever to see a game at Nationals Park. Still on their feet, but shocked. 4 runs in for the Cardinals. And the pitch is high, 2-1. Cardinals have scored 6 runs in the last 3 innings. Mott at the plate for the first time this year. And it's out of play. Cardinals relentless in postseason last year, winning the World Championship. And we said there, 5 consecutive elimination games in postseason on the line. Right now on their way to make it 6. And Mott strikes out. 4 runs cross the plate for the Cardinals. And the Nationals trailed by 2 after leading 6-0. They'll be coming up in the bottom of the 9th. And that's the story of the 5 consecutive postseason elimination game victories by the Cardinals. And keep in mind, they were down to their last strike twice here in the 9th inning, and they were down to their last strike twice in the 6th game of the World Series last year against Texas. And Jason Worth leading off here against Jason Mott. 0-1 the count to him.
Chambers stays into play to left field after pinch running for Yadier Molina. Tony Cruz takes over behind the plate.
Pop foul out of play, and it's 0-2. Jason Worth 1 for 4 with a double. Nationals scored 3 in the first. Double by Worth, triple by Harper, 2-run homer by Zimmerman. 3 more in the 3rd inning on a couple of home runs. And the Cardinals came back. And here's a pop fly out to shallow right field. Beltran calls for it and makes the catch for out number 1. So even with missed opportunities, the Cardinals got back in the game, Bob. They got it to 6-5. And then when the Nationals got the insurance run in the 8th inning, you thought, you know, the damage was done and they could exhale and would sail in, but not the case.
I guess if you're a pessimist, you looked at those missed opportunities and say, well, geez, that's going to cost us a ball game. But if you're an optimist, you say, we've had opportunities. We just need that 1 base hit. And they were able to come up with them there in the 9th.
4 runs coming in, and here is Bryce Harper with a triple and a home run. And 2 runs batted in, and the fouls it off for strike 1. Shocked crowd. They're all on their feet. And this would be an incredible, heartbreaking defeat for this Nationals team that played so well this year. Fastball, and it's strike 2 to Harper. Chases a pitch up in the eyes, and Harper goes down for the second out.
Way out of the strike zone, almost leaves the pitch tracks at 99. Bryce Harper just can't lay off. Overly aggressive in that at bat.
And if the Cardinals hold this 9-7 lead, they will open up the National League Championship Series in San Francisco against the Giants. Ryan Zimmerman takes strike one. Mott throwing nothing but strikes here in the bottom of the ninth inning. And interesting that the Giants and the Cardinals would match the last two world champions. Giants winning in 2010, and of course the Cardinals last year. And the count now 0-2 to Zimmerman. And this throng is deflated, Bob. There's no question about it. This has got to be one of the unfortunate scenes for a home crowd that we've seen in recent years. Foul ball out of play.
I saw the Cardinals take the wind out of the sails of the Astros fans down at Minute Maid Park when Albert Pujols went deep against Brad Lidge. That was the loudest ballpark I had ever been in, and immediately went silent. This took a little bit longer over the course of that top half of the ninth inning, but the enthusiasm that this Nationals crowd had was sorely tested.
Here is the 0-2 pitch, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Zimmerman with 2 outs.
Unusual perspective for Yadier Molina. He's not used to watching.
Zimmerman stays alive. He homered in the first inning. 2-run home run, also has a double.
Well, it almost seems appropriate that the hopes of the National fans are riding on Ryan Zimmerman. He is unquestionably the face of this Nationals organization. All-time career leader in every important offensive category for the Nationals.
One and 2 pitch, and it's popped up. Descalso on the outfield grass makes the catch, and the Cardinals head to their 7th NLCS since 2000. And reminiscent of the scene last year in Philadelphia when the Cardinals beat the Phillies in Game 5. And ultimately winning the World Series as a wild card team. And this time they were the 2nd wild card team and beat the Braves to get into this division series. An incredible comeback with 4 runs in the 9th inning, and the Cardinals defeat the Nationals 9-7 and win the series 3-2.
Well, I think we really saw the experience of the Cardinals in the postseason. They understood even down 6-0 in the 3rd inning. They still had 18 outs left to play with, and they were going to take advantage of every one of those 18 outs until they were all gone. They put themselves in a position in the middle part of the game to possibly get back in it, but really came through in those last 3 innings to come back and win this ball game.
Lost the first game of the series, and last night Jason Worth with the walk-off home run in the 9th, and the Nationals kept it up, scoring 6 runs in the first 3 innings with 3 home runs. But it ends up as a big disappointment for Davy Johnson's team. They had the best record in baseball, but they'll go down to this never say die Cardinal team that somehow, some way, find a way to win.
Hugely disappointing for Davy Johnson and his team, and they'll feel the effects of that for quite some time. However, looking into the future, you have to be really encouraged about this Nationals organization and where they're headed.
And our Chevy player of the game, Descalso, double home run, and the huge single in the ninth. And then Kozma drove in 2 runs. And right now, Daniel Descalso is with David Aldridge.
We got Pete Kozma here, Dick. I don't even know what to say. We were down 6-0. It looks like this thing is gone. I know you guys are a tough bunch, but how on earth did you manage to get back into this game?
We never give up. I mean, they teach us that from the very beginning. I mean, yeah, it's a good ball club. So we're a good ball club too. I mean, you can't give up.
Take us through the at bat with the single that drives in the 2 winning runs.
Well, he threw me a couple fastballs early on. I had to battle up, and then threw me another fastball. I was trying to fight it off, and fortunately, I went in play.
You know, you were thought of as a great glove man. The hitting would be gravy, but you have shown since you've come back up the last time that you get these timely hits. What's changed for you since you've come up?
I don't know. Maybe it's my luck. You know, the ball's falling maybe a little bit more here. You know, that's fine with me.
Well, an amazing comeback, Pete. It speaks to the character of this team, and you've been here for a little while now. What do you get from the leaders of this team, whether it's Holiday and Freeze and some of the other guys?
It's just all of them. You know, all of them together. They'll talk to us younger guys, just teach us to never give up. And they always, all of them have a little something to tell us, and you know, it's helping.
Pete, congratulations. Good luck to you in the NLCS.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, back to you, Dick.
Maybe that calm demeanor is why the Cardinals hang in there, as Kozma, who was nearly cut from the 40-man roster during the season, delivers the 2-run single that breaks the tie, and they're popping the corks in the Cardinal clubhouse as the St. Louis Cardinals defeat the Nationals 9-7, and will now play the San Francisco Giants in San Francisco in the National League Championship Series, which will start Sunday on Fox. Right now, let's go down to the field and David Aldridge again.
Daniel, hey, this is just it's unbelievable. I mean, I don't know how you guys do this, continue to do this, but what was it like in the dugout at 6-0?
Well, you don't envision yourself getting behind 6-0, especially with Adam Wainwright on the mound, but we knew we had a lot of game left, and we just needed to keep grinding and battling. And we chipped away, and finally we put ourselves within striking distance late in the game, and we had some big at-bats there at the end.
It was the bottom third of the order again that really did a lot of damage. What is it that you guys have been able to do to keep at-bats alive and find pitches that you can put in play?
You know, I think we're just going up there trying to have good at-bats, you know, trying to be tough outs and making those pitchers work. And, you know, sooner or later they're going to, you know, throw you some over the plate to hit. And, you know, we've been battling the whole series. You know, me and Koz were able to get a couple good pitches to hit tonight and come up big in some big spots.
You went up there early, you know, against Storen. What were you looking for?
You know what? I was looking for something over the middle to hit. I knew he didn't want to bounce the ball in the dirt and put the tying run at third base, so he threw me a heater down the middle, and I just tried not to be late on it.
Again, you guys, this is the 6th time you faced elimination the last 2 years, and come down to the last strike again. I mean, talk about the character that this team has that continue to grind and continue to try and find a way.
Oh, I'm telling you, we would have much rather won yesterday and made it easy on ourselves, but you know, there's a lot of character guys on this ball club, veteran guys that have been in those spots before, and we know how to bounce back. So, you know, we weren't worried coming in today. You know, even when we're down 6-0, we could have rolled over, but we've got grinders on this team, and they grinded to the last out.
Unbelievable, Daniel. Congratulations. Good luck in the NLCS.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back up to you, Dick.
All right, David, thank you very much. And so the St. Louis Cardinals, and they'll be playing the Giants, both teams with big comebacks. The Giants were down 2 games to the Reds, losing at home, won 3 in a row on the road. And the Cardinals, well, their comeback was based on tonight, Bob Brentley. They were down 6-0, and they end up winning 9-7.
We know the Cardinals are a dangerous team at this time of year, and you look forward to that series against San Francisco. They split the 6 games on the season, 3-3, so no clear favorite going into that NLCS.
So it'll be the Cardinals and the Giants starting in San Francisco, and we put a bow on the season of the Washington Nationals. They had the best record in baseball, first postseason appearance in team history. And again, Steven Strasburg, it was talked about almost daily during the regular season, shut down after September the 7th. 15-6 record on the year.
Well, I don't know what Steven Strasburg could have done to help this team. Ross Detweiler pitching in his spot in the rotation was outstanding. Steven Strasburg, I guess they could have used his bat at times in this series, but I don't think the Nationals have anything to hang their heads about. Obviously very disappointed because of the result here tonight, but as I mentioned a moment ago, you look at some of the young talent they have coming up through the system, the young talent they have here already. Future looks very bright for the Nationals.
It does, but the fans tonight are hanging their heads. So for Bob Brenly and David Aldridge, Dick Stockton saying so long. Our final score, the fifth and deciding game, the Cardinals 9, Nationals 7. Coming up next, Matt Weiner, David Wells, and Dennis Eckersley in the studio for Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan. TBS, your home for the 2012 Division Series, exclusive coverage of the American League Championship Series. And right now, let's send you to our studios in Atlanta for Inside MLB.
The 3-2. Past second base, into right field, base hit, and the Yankees have the lead.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, and a line drive to right field. It's going to be a base hit. 2 runs will score, and the Cardinals take a 9-7 lead.
You never know what you're going to get when Game 5s are involved, and boy, did we get our money's worth tonight. A classic pitching performance from CC Sabathia to send the Yankees to the American League Championship Series. And moments ago, you witnessed the biggest comeback in a do-or-die postseason game in Major League history. And the Cardinals win their 6th straight elimination game, going back to Games 4 and 5 of the NLCS last year. Game 6 of the World Series, twice down to their final strikes, and managed to win it to force a Game 7, which they won for the franchise's 11th world title. And the wild card game on the road in Atlanta, they win that 6-3 just to get into the NLDS. And tonight, down 6-0. Somehow the Cardinals came back with a 4-1 ninth to win it 9-7 and head back to the National League Championship Series for the 2nd straight year. Wow. Inside MLB, presented by Captain Morgan, is on the air as you see the celebration in the nation's capital for the Cardinals, headed back to the NLCS. And you know what? About 2 hours ago, looked like there was no chance they'd be celebrating.
I thought this was going to be a laugher, a stone laugher right from the get-go.
Dennis Eckersley,
stone laughing right now. I don't even
David
know
Wells.
what to say. Only a lot of it has to do with what happened last year. How could they keep this going? It was really incredible. It's one thing coming up with a couple runs in the 9th inning, but 6-0 they were losing. They had a guy, Cy Young, on the mound facing them. And really, think about it. And, he let them back in a little bit. He only went 5 innings, and they kept putting pressure on them over and over and over. They, you thought that they lost opportunities up until the 9th inning. They get an extra run added on, which helps them 7-5, so the closer is relaxed. But Beltran, who's been hot as can be, leads off with a double. Then they get 2 outs, and then they eyeball him for a couple of walks in the 9th inning. Doesn't seem like much. And then Descalso hits a bullet right out of the reach of somebody saying,
Desmond couldn't quite get a hand on it.
When you're going bad, the guy picks it, and it goes off his glove. 2-run score, and then this kid, Bucky Dent's little grandson, right?
Pete Kozma, yeah.
Pete Kozma hits a ball the other way, 2-run score. I mean, this is a beautiful thing. St. Louis has got to be hopping right now.
We have
that was all on one breath, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
We have a vast wealth
That's it.
of baseball knowledge here on the 7th but some things, Boomer, are just sort of inexplicable. I mean, there's no way they should win this game, right?
There's no way. When you get a 6-run like that, I mean, these guys go, we're winning it. This is what it's all about. And, you know, when you start off a game like this, your first 3 guys score, you know there's something wrong because, I mean, Wainwright just didn't have it. I think they forgot that we're not going to touch his curveball. We're just going to rake his fastball. And that's what they did. They came in aggressive. That's what you have to do. You know, when your backs are against, or when it's an elimination, you got to come out swinging.
Well, Bryce Harper finally got going. Another good sign for the Nats, it seemed. Youngest ever hit a triple in the postseason, by the way, on this play.
Nice relay right there, though.
They absolutely stung it. I mean, you feel badly for Wainwright when he walks off the field. But everything was hit hard. You see a little cutter, whatever that was. This ball's in the gap. No, it's in the seats. It's a 3-0 game. The crowd was into it big time. You know, and Wainwright, you feel bad, but he gave up, what, 6 runs, 7 hits, 6 extra base hits.
Still around in the third. Harper at it again.
And that's a bomb right there.
Suddenly he's hot.
Oh, my goodness.
Second youngest to hit a postseason home run in Major League history.
And we're ready to talk about Harper, you know, having struggles in the playoffs, and he comes through for them in Game 5. And this is another bomb, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball coming back into Morris, and he loses it.
Yeah, he did.
It's like, you know, it's an exclamation mark on all of these runs.
And at that point in the game, you wonder if Mike Matheny regretted maybe not removing Wainwright a couple of batters earlier because he obviously didn't have his absolute best stuff. But the damage is done. 6 on the board for Washington for Gio Gonzalez to work with. But here come the Cardinals.
And this will be a
Matt Holliday, RBI double to left. Carlos Beltran on base all night long. 5 times to be exact. Scores all the way from first.
And right there you're saying, well, you know, you got to be careful. The Cardinals are capable of coming back. And then all of a sudden, you know, you see him get out of this inning. He's fired up. You know, emotionally, he knows that he doesn't want to give them a sniff back into this game.
But walks got him into trouble.
And that's what he did the first time out. You just, you know, you got to get over it. You know, you had a bad first game. You got to come in, you get a comfortable lead, and you can't be doing this. You can't be coming in, being wild again. You got to come, you treat it as a 0-0 ball game. And, you know, that's just the thing with some pitchers, especially young pitchers. You know, they get too comfortable, too relaxed out there, and, you know, he just let his guard down. And the same thing happened to him tonight as what happened in his first game.
Well, this could have been ugly right there. I mean, he ends up getting out of it. This ball 4 thing really caught up with him. You know, you walk afraid of Alan Craig right there because he can go yard there, slam, and could have tied it or whatever. And he walks in a run. He gets out of this inning. And I tell you, a 2-0 pitch to Molina, fly ball. For him, that's the pitch of the game. He's out of the game. He's like, whoo, I didn't blow that lead.
This was one of the innings that the Cardinals, had they lost, would look back on and say, oh, that could have been a really big one. Instead, they're still down by 3. But in the 7th, things get going again. Beltran, who else? Double off Edwin Jackson. John Jay over to third.
Oh, this is what I say. Here they come every inning. They're coming at him. They're just not going to stop. And you see, Johnson's trying to piece together the rest of this game. He's got Jackson, a starter. I mean, just like he had Zimmerman come the other day, and you see them score the 4th run, and they were letting him have that run. But Jackson gets out of this thing with a nasty slider to Craig that he cannot lay off of. He came up with some big pitches to get out of that inning, to pitch the 7th inning, and you're going to see Molina right here. Where he, you know, this to me was probably the best pitching of the game when Jackson came in just to get out of this inning.
He flirted with danger as well, Boomer. 8 walks on the night for the Nationals.
Well, that's just, it's unacceptable. I mean, when you get a lead like that, you just can't go in there and thinking that you're comfortable at all. I mean, everybody who came into this game for them seemed to be giving up a run. And you think that this guy, he's been stellar the whole time, Clifford, and all of a sudden he serves up a home run right here. And they just, and the pesky Cards just keep nipping away, and, you know, but they get an assurance run for one thing, and you think it's over. And it's just like they're on top of the world again, but then again, they let their guards down.
That run in the 8th inning looked like it would finally put it away for the Nationals. Seemed like that's the one that would seal it for them, but Beltran once again.
So Beltran hits a belt-high fastball is what he did. With a 2-run lead, he's a little comfortable storing, and he gives up a double. And then I'll tell you what, right here, he gets a punch out, excuse me, a weak ground ball for an out. That's the second out. Everything's cool, guy on second, 2-run lead, no big deal. And this is where the Cardinals were so patient. You're going to see Craig punch out. But after this, the Cardinals get very, very patient. Molina works a walk. How he laid off a couple of these pitches is beyond me. Not that one in particular, but the pitch before.
Pitch before it, yeah.
And then you're going to see Freeze. He lays off a lot of fastballs in this at bat that he just missed outside with, and he yanks another fastball. Now the bases are loaded. This is trouble. Base hit ties this game.
Very different strike zone than yesterday as well, as the batters and pitchers learned throughout the game. It's Descalso. Remember, he hit the solo home run. And then now a ball that gets through Desmond, sharply hit, 2-run score, and suddenly, improbably, impossibly, this game is tied at 7.
That's just a tough in-between. When you get a skip hop like that you don't know which way it's going to go, and obviously you saw what happened there. They tie the game up.
Still 2 in scoring position for Pete Kozma. Remember, he hit the 3-run homer earlier in this series, came out of nowhere. Had to replace Rafael Furcal. He played virtually the entire season in the minors, and it's 9-7 for Jason Motto, gets a second inning.
And I tell you what,
second win.
You got to feel badly for Washington. You really do. I mean, the crowd was so jazzed all night long. Everybody is just so, I mean, this is like shocking. I mean, this has been such a great season, the best record in the National League, and they're going home.
Yeah. That says it all from the Nationals fans. You could see the tension building on their faces. Great shots from our TBS crew throughout the night, showing you how they were feeling it. And if you've been in that seat, you've been in that position, you're thinking, what is happening? The lead just keeps slipping away and away and away. And somehow, this Cardinal team keeps doing this. 6 in a row now, elimination
somehow
games.
San Francisco's probably getting on a plane right now.
Yeah, they were waiting.
Right, and go
San
back
Francisco was
home.
waiting in Cincinnati to figure out if they were going to Washington or back to San Francisco. That will be the Cardinals visiting San Francisco to start the NLCS. Davey Johnson on the pain of this Game 5 loss.
You know, the problem that, well, I mean, with all the adversity we've gone through this year, and then to give up that many free passes, you know, that's not the way you win ball games. And it's a tough, you know, we've had a great year overcoming a lot of hardship, and to, you know, not go after him at the end was not fun to watch.
Next question. Another one.
Davey, what did you tell your players after the game?
I just told them, you know, it was nothing to hang your head about. It was a great year. We overcame a lot of problems. We proved our worth, and we just need to let this be a lesson and have some, learn from it, have more resolve, come back to carry it a lot farther.
Ken, right up the center.
Mr. Johnson, it was a great season. What do you say for your fans?
I mentioned it off the top of the show here, but in case you missed it, you just saw the biggest comeback in a do-or-die game in postseason history. The previous 2 were both 4-run comebacks by the Yankees in that classic ALCS of 2003, Aaron Bleepin Boone, and the 1925 Pittsburgh Pirates, who beat, by the way, Washington back then in 1925. The bullpens, well, Cardinals bullpen saved the day for Adam Wainwright, while the Senators, I'm going back in time now. The Nationals, 1925, the Nationals bullpen, you know, the walks killed them, and eventually the hits killed them, and what do you say?
What do you say? I mean, you saw last night, right?
Go-ahead run
out
in this
8 guys in a row, but this, I'll tell you, this at-bat was incredible because, you know, a home run ties this game. And this guy's got a nasty slider, and he lays off Freeze. And then he sees him pull, yanks a couple fastballs. And before that, Molina had a good at-bat, too, just to walk. And then first pitch, fastball right there. This guy's been swinging the bat so well. And like I say, it's a bad break. He comes up on Desmond. It's not an easy pick. Then 2-run score. Everybody is just, they can't believe it. And this kid, Kozma, to come up, hitting the ball the other way is beyond me. Everybody knows that this guy throws a slider and they're cut down their swings. I mean, to me, I tell you, it's shocking. This never happens. And, you know, especially a 2-run lead, and this kid that nobody even heard of, I mean, he's going to be the man of the NLCS.
He hit 230 in the minors this season. They brought him up for call, known more for his glove than his bat, and he's delivered some huge hits in this NLDS. Jimmy Rollins took note. The Redbirds are up to their magic tricks again, postseason magic. That may explain it better than any analysis we can give, but take me into the dugout. If you're on either side of this thing happening as that's brewing, what's going on in there?
Feels like they got menopause. They're hot, they're cold, they're hot, they're cold, and you know, you just don't know what to think. I mean, it's an undescribable feeling, because when you get 6 runs, you're going, yes, we're winning this thing, and all of a sudden things just start slipping. Now the other side's doing the same thing. So I mean, you have to be there to really absorb it all. But to me, I'm lost for words, because you feel bad for one team, and it's great for the reigning champions. But you know, a team that hasn't been there in so long, and they can taste it in the first inning, and it just let it slip away like that. It's pretty gnarly.
You always hear the post-game sound bites from guys, from the winners in these situations, saying, well, our guys just never give up. There was fight in us and whatnot. But when you've done it a few times, as this Cardinal team now has, coming back to overcome various kinds of situations and odds, how much easier is it to buy in that, hey, we're not out of the game even though it's 6-0?
Well, you know, you're champions, and you're champions for a reason, and that's by grinding it out. I mean, these guys limped in. They really did. They were that last team to make it, and there's no reason, you know, there's got to be a reason why. There's destiny on their side for one thing, but to me, there's no quit, there's no fight. Once you've done it, it's always fun, or when you try to repeat it, that's your goal. You know, obviously you want to win it every year, but it's tough to repeat, and they want to keep those services going. I mean, for a long time, and you know, every one of those guys on the bench. I mean, you see what happened the first inning. Wainwright just gave it up. I mean, he was just throwing meatballs there.
Yeah.
And then he came out of it, and then his team picked him up, and that's what you have to do. You pick each other up, because when you throw pitches like this to good hitters, everything up in the zone, that's what happens right there. I mean, you get a little bit of oppo. I mean, obviously he throws hard. He's going to supply a lot of the power, but I mean, Matt, you can hit this pitch right here. It's incredible.
No.
It's right down. No, I kid you not. It's right down the middle, and those are the types of pitches you cannot make in a big game like this. And what these guys are doing, he throws a pitch middle into Morris here, and he just launches it. And you know, he's got such a good curveball, but these guys are going, you know what? We know what his curveball's like, and it's pretty tough to hit. Let's maybe sit on his fastball and maybe get a chance to hit it, and they sure did, and they got 3 home runs out of it. So, you know, for him to spit the hook, that's the greatest feeling in the world as a pitcher, as a starting pitcher.
He's the 4th player in postseason history to ever give up 6 or more earned runs in 3 or less innings pitched. 2 of those are Cardinals, by the way. One of them was your teammate in 1996. Donovan Osborne, do-or-die games, in case I didn't say that.
At all. That was bad.
No, that wasn't good for you guys.
We lost.
That was a bad day.
We lost in the first inning.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I haven't done the research on all this, but Wainwright's the only one who came away smiling.
You know, something you talk about, well, you know, this team is resilient. They don't know, you know, never quit and this and that. There's something to be said. When the other dugout's probably saying, here they come, but they're not coming with hits. You're talking about good at-bats.
Right.
You know, a couple of walks make the pressure go farther and farther on the pitcher, and he just wouldn't go after somebody, you know. And you know, after a while, after they've done what they've done last year, you've got to believe that there's something to this. You know, it's not that easy to do. This is historic. Once again, we've got all this historic stuff happening this year with the walk-offs and this and that. But I never thought, you know, not so much getting down 6-0. I don't know if St. Louis had that much magic left in them. And they've got to believe that maybe this is it again. Well, how do you do this again?
You'd think after the way last year played out that the magic was spent. Not only that, they lost a Hall of Fame manager and a future Hall of Fame player in the prime of his career to free agency and come back, and somehow they're the last team in again and in this position once again. It's like I said, it's inexplicable sometimes.
And then you see Kozma have he comes on acting like it's no big deal. Well, this is a big hit for this kid, right? And he comes on like it's no big deal.
He's a rookie who just won a postseason
I've
series.
never seen anything like it.
Unsung heroes. Bottom line, unsung heroes, and there's been a lot of them in this postseason. And that's good for them because now they've got a taste of what it's like and what it can be like, especially when you're that young and you've got another 15 years in the big leagues. So that's how you look at those things. It's like Cal said tonight in the interview with Machado. Look at that. Look at the Yankees when they're celebrating and get a feel for that because that's what's going to probably happen with that kid, with that team that they have over there. They might have the opportunity. So all these kids right now are getting the taste of it, and they're gonna excel, and they're gonna be successful later on as they go into their career.
I'm guessing a lot of those Nationals will look back on the Cardinals celebration through sort of a haze because they're thinking, what just happened?
Right, they got to regroup.
Didn't see that coming.
They've got a great team to regroup. If you think about it, they've got pitching.
Great young core, the pitching staff in particular.
Oh, totally. And talk about Adam LaRoche is coming back. This guy had a great year for them, and the left-handed kid Burnett. But you talk about it. Strasburg's going to get a full season next year. But how far are they going to let him go next year? 250 innings? So is it okay next year?
Well, I'll put the question to both of you. It's hard to say, obviously, what might have happened, but when you look on this series, do you think the absence of Strasburg was a huge factor for the Nationals, or his presence wins the series for them?
No question that his presence on the mound would have made a factor. This guy's a stud. I mean, and what he did all year, he makes hitters look silly. That's the kind of stuff that he has. Educated cheese, educated curveball.
He's got a lot of years.
And, and this offseason, I mean, a lot of these fans are going to, I'm sure the radio stations and TV stations are going to probably be talking about this for a long time. Why wasn't Strasburg in there? I understand that they're protecting him. But to me they're bringing these kids up so quick, and then all of a sudden they're shutting them down for innings purposes. Let them spend 4 or 5 years in the minor leagues. Let them develop and get there, and then bring them in and let them go 200 innings. So, they're the only ones that they're to blame. I mean, but to me, like I said, I would have rather seen Strasburg in there, and he would have made a difference, and I think they would have went to the next round.
It was a long-term plan looking out for his health. The short term is the national season is over, and the Cardinals move on. David Aldridge is covering the series for us, and he caught up with Game 3 winner Chris Carpenter.
Chris, Mike was just saying that even at 6-0, you and even Wainwright are on the bench. You're still in the game. You're saying, hey, we can get back in this thing one run at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no question about that. We have a team that's going to fight, that's going to battle. And I wasn't going to let them be down. I wasn't going to let them stop. And we continued. I stayed out there, and Waino came back out. And we continued to keep the bench going, keep everybody excited, and keep them battling. And that's what they did. They grinded it out, one inning at a time. We kept scratching for some runs, and then we threw that 4 spot up in the 9th. It was just amazing.
I know this is a proud team, but at 6-0, they got their 21-game winner on the mound. I mean, are you really thinking you can get back in this thing?
Absolutely. There's no question about it. Our guys aren't going to give up. We can score just as many runs as they can, just as easy as they did. We had our stud out there too, and they scored some runs off him. So we just continued to battle and scratch it out and take advantage of some situations, and we were fortunate to come out and do it.
How about your bullpen? Just coming in and throwing up zeros for most of the rest of the way.
Yeah, they did a great job, no question about it. Those young kids come in there with a bunch of confidence. They're not scared to take on that opportunity, and they did a great job. And like I said, our offense continued to battle, and we were able to get some runs.
How do you follow this up against San Francisco now?
We'll see what happens. It's going to be fun. They got a great team too, so we're going to go out there and get ourselves prepared for them.
I guess we'll see you in Game 2, huh?
I hope so. We'll see.
All right, Chris. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
DA, thanks so much. Another page in pretty remarkable franchise history for the Cardinals. The one team that has won more World Series titles is also headed to the Final Four. The New York Yankees won their way into the ALCS earlier tonight.
To Sabathia, fitting, ball game.
Welcome to Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live.
Swinging a high fly ball into the second base area. There's Descalzo. Cardinals with an unbelievable win, 9-7, and they rush onto the field to grab their closer, Jason Mott, who's the winner. What a ball game, John. This is something. You can talk about last year in World Championship, but this game here is just phenomenal.
When it was 6-0.
Phenomenal is right. That's Mike Shannon with the call on KMOX Radio and the Cardinal Radio Network in a 9-7 remarkable, improbable, unbelievable run as the rally squirrel. Well, he must have been there somewhere because the Cardinals did what they did all of last year with the rally squirrel. They rallied to win Game 5 in this winner-take-all NLDS. Hello, everybody. Welcome inside our Fox Sports Midwest studio in Midtown St. Louis for this playoff post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live, along with a man who's always ready to celebrate good times. That's Rick Horton. I'm Pat Paris, coming up with get you inside the Cardinal clubhouse as the celebration begins in Washington. It'll be their third champagne celebration in 11 days, Rick, and we'll get you ready for the NLCS that'll begin on Sunday evening. It never surprises us, but we are always kind of in disbelief at times with this ball club.
Well, I don't know if it surprised you, but I am stunned. I cannot believe the Cardinals have done it again. Can you believe what they did in that last inning? Incredible at-bats in tough situations with their closer on the mound. They fought back after being down 6-0, and this is just an incredible win. We've already seen some wins that are going to go down in Cardinal history a year ago, but this one is right up there. Unbelievable way this club stayed in it and did not give up and kept going. And how about the bullpen giving them a chance to win?
We want your thoughts, and I'm sure Cardinal Nation, well, they're going crazy right now. The tweet is on. Send us your twit pics, your celebratory thoughts to @FS Midwest. We'll answer some of them during the show. Also, hashtag them 12 and 12 because the Cardinals still alive to win their 12th world title in 2012, and they become, in the NLDS, an elimination game, the first team in an elimination game ever to come back from a 6-run deficit. They were able to chip away, but they go to that 9th inning, Rick, and they're trailing 7-5.
Well, there's a lot of good at-bats in this inning, and we're going to start with Carlos Beltran. He smokes a double to center field. What a day he had offensively. He's a hero in this game, and so is Descalzo, who we'll see shortly. But Beltran got it started off in the right way. Holiday grounds out. Beltran advances to third, so there's one out. Cardinals trailing by 2, again after chipping away all game long. And so Alan Craig, he's a guy you want up in this situation, but Storen gets nasty on him. So the Cardinals are down, we've said it before, Pat, to their last strike. And it's Yadier Molina, who had 2 strikes on him early in the count, fought off a couple of pitches, worked a walk. David Freese was down 1 and 2 as well. In fact, had a check swing that he almost didn't hold up on, and he did hold up, works out a walk as well. So what does Daniel Descalzo do on the first pitch? Jumps on it. Up the middle, the shortstop can't handle it. Adrian Chambers, a pinch runner, comes in from second base, and the Cardinals have tied this game. Unbelievable.
MVP, without a doubt. Daniel Descalzo, homer earlier in the game. He comes through with the 2-run single there. It's a tie ball game. And then a curious move here is you wonder, should you walk Pete Kozma and get to Jason Mott or get him out of the game? But he pitches to Pete Kozma, drives in a pair of runs, and then, well, that's where the Cardinals took over from that.
Kozma's had such a good September and now October, and he was really obviously key in this game as well. He's an MVP too. Boy, I'd like to hand out about 3 of those, including Beltran, and really some of the Cardinal young arms that gave them a chance, including Rosenthal and Kelly, to give them a chance to come back and make this really dramatic, colossal, and talk about all the comebacks that we've ever seen. This is right up there in one of the greatest comebacks in baseball history in an elimination game.
Yes, it is the largest in an elimination game. These are the largest deficits ever in a postseason game, but none in one of those winner-take-all, loser-go-home scenarios, which the Cardinals were able to pull off today, getting behind 6-0 after just 3 innings. Right now, we're going to head back to Washington for the first time. Jim Hayes catching up on the field moments ago with Alan Craig. It's brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. Jim?
Go ahead.
All right, I'm with Alan Craig. I know you want to go celebrate. You guys lose in heartbreaking fashion last night, down 6-0, and you managed to come back. What is it about this team?
It's just kind of how we do it, I guess. I mean, I don't even know what happened. I said that's a crazy comeback, crazy win. I just feel like we stole one, and just happy to be moving on.
You're down 3-0 after 7 pitches, 6-0. What's the talk in the dugout?
No, I mean we remain confident the whole game. I mean, you know, Wayno got out of the game. He told us, you know, get back to even and you know, help him out. But we did a good job scoring runs, and you know, we were confident the whole game. You know, we were down big, but we know that with our offense, we can come back.
You get up this morning, you know that the postseason is going to continue for you guys. Did you have that sense?
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, it's never over till it's over, and you know, as you saw last year, you know, it's never over, and you know, we did it again this year. We got to go to San Francisco and play well.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, Alan Craig, guys, we send it back to you.
Jim, thank you very much. The tweet is on, and the first one, Cards do it again, 12-12 STL for life.
And for those counting, this was number 4, and so there's 8 more to go, and San Francisco's next.
The tweet is on, and this one says, I can't believe it, feels like deja vu. Deja vu all over again.
It sure does. When David Freese came up in that last inning, you had to think, no way is he going to go deep. And then when he walked, you thought, well, maybe Daniel Descalso would get it done, and he sure did. And who's this guy?
This is our hockey blues play-by-play man, John Kelly, and I'll try my best, John Kelly, here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
That was well done. You even had the facial thing. Now, nobody could see that.
And no,
I saw it.
And they won't see it either.
Oh, my goodness.
Only you got to see that.
The best John Kelly I've ever seen.
Well, you know, I think everybody in St. Louis pretty exciting stuff.
No, it's unbelievable what just happened. And we were, again, and Pat, you and I did this a year ago. We were preparing to talk about a show where the Cardinals had a great season, but, you know, it just didn't work out, but maybe next year. And then the Cardinals kind of threw away our scripts a couple of different times. And again, they did it on 2-strike situations, down to the last strike. I mean, we said that so many times last year, and it happened again in 2 at-bats in this game with Molina and Freese. They didn't get the big hit, but they got the walk in front of Descalso's hit. And so those at-bats were just tremendous. Really, everything worked well from Mike Matheny in terms of all of his choices after taking Wainwright out of this game, and just a phenomenal, phenomenal comeback.
And this all began with a record crowd at Nationals Park, 45,966, who were jumping out of their seats after the first 3 innings of this ball game. And we're going to show you the highlights now. It began.
I'm going to feel bad for them later, but not yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's 4-0 at this point, and then a 2-run shot by Michael Morse to end Adam Wainwright's night. So 3 home runs given up and a 6-0 deficit.
And so it's a big hill to climb, and the Cardinals start climbing it in the 4th inning.
Yeah, and it's after a walk to Beltran. It's Matt Holliday lacing a double down the left field line. Beltran scores all the way from first. 20th career postseason RBI for Holliday. Cuts it to 2-1.
By the way, Beltran was on base all night, 3 for 3 with a couple of walks. He had a big-time game.
The Cardinals keep chipping away in the 5th thanks to a wild Gio Gonzalez. Bases loaded for Beltran. Gio uncorks a wild pitch. Daniel Descalso scores to make it 6-2. 2 batters later, bases again loaded, and Gio walks Alan Craig and makes it 6-3. And so this is what you need to do in order to get the starter out.
The only way you're going to beat the Nationals, especially with that early deficit, is get Gonzalez out of the game. He threw a shutout against the Cardinals in Washington, but he wasn't quite as good here today. That could have been a
big miss.
Yeah, that was a big miss there. Yachty swinging at a 2-0 pitch. Probably should have taken that pitch, and yet the Cardinals found ways to continue to chip away, just get a run at a time. They actually weren't very good with runners in scoring position.
No, they were 1 for 12 at one point before they came through there in the 9th inning, but that's Daniel Descalso.
Our MVP.
How about the fact that he's powered up for a couple of home runs and a near home run, but that one, the second of the postseason for him, and it's a 6-5 disadvantage for the Cardinals. But then this looked like a big blow for the Cardinals as Jason Mott comes on in the 8th and gives up a run.
And Suzuki's become a Cardinal killer, and I did think that was another nail in the coffin, but Beltran and the rest of the Cardinals had some other thoughts.
The leadoff double by Beltran to start the 9th off Drew Storen, who threw a lot of pitches yesterday.
He did.
Threw a lot of pitches in the 9th inning today, and it really cost the Nationals this ball game a productive out in getting Beltran over to 3rd for Holliday, and then the walks begin, 1 to Molina, then 1 to Freese, and then up comes the MVP, Daniel Descalso, and he delivers off of Storen.
So you don't like people swinging at the first pitch? How about this for Exhibit A? This is the game winner, Daniel Descalso. At least it's the game tire at that point, and that's jumping on the first pitch. Storen was struggling, was really just trying to get his fastball over the plate, and Descalso, after a couple of walks, jumped on it, pressed the advantage, and the shortstop just barely missing that ball and keeping it in the infield. But Pete Kozma, he puts the dagger in the Nationals with a base hit the other way. That also was with a 2-strike count.
Yes, it certainly was. And so now the Cardinals have come all the way back, have taken the lead at 9-7, and it was a matter of then, after Jason Mott strikes out to end that top of the ninth, it was a matter of Mott coming on to get the last 3 outs, and he does it in order of Worth, Harper, and then the pop-up to Zimmerman. The top of their order, their most dangerous hitters, and he goes 1, 2, 3.
Well, the momentum had shifted so much at that point. It was all Cardinals at that point. I think the Nationals were just as stunned as you and I were, and I know all the Cardinal fans watching that game, you love the Cardinals, but some of the moments in the middle of this game, frustrating that the Cardinals didn't add on earlier, and you thought, oh no, that run, we're going to need it, we're going to need it, we're going to need it. Well, the Cardinals found a way to come up with those 2 big hits with runners in scoring position. After starting out 1 for 12, they got the last 2 worked, and that was Descalso and Pete Kozma.
Cardinals go to 14-5 all-time in winner-take-all games, including 6 straight, but this one probably the most improbable of all of those elimination games as far as coming back from a 6-0 deficit, shocking Nationals fans and maybe shocking the baseball world.
The Nationals were the best team in baseball this year.
Right.
The best team.
The win-loss record. Absolutely.
And the Cardinals took 2 out of 3 in Washington. So the fact that they were able to do that just shows the kind of ability the Cardinals have and are capable of. And, there are times where the Cardinals offense goes south, but they tend to win slugfest. We talked about that yesterday.
Yes.
They lose the 2-1, 1-0 games, but boy, do they win the slugfest, and that's what this became.
Let's hear from the shocked veteran manager of these Washington Nationals, Davey Johnson, moments ago in Washington.
Instead of Ryan Matthews.
Well, I just felt like Jackson was the best choice I had to get through that heart of that lineup, and he did a job for me. He gave up a run, but he did what we needed to get to the people we need to get to. And, the problem with all the adversity we've gone through this year, and then to give up that many free passes, that's not the way you win ball games. And it's a tough, we've had a great year overcoming a lot of hardship, and to not go after him at the end was not fun to watch.
Next question. Another one.
Davey, what did you tell your players after the game?
I just told them, it was nothing to hang your head about. It was a great year. We overcame a lot of problems. We proved our worth, and we just need to let this be a lesson and have some learn from it, have more resolve, come back to carry it a lot farther.
And right up the center.
Mr. Johnson, it was a great season. What do you say?
Well, you can see Davey Johnson's as stunned as I think a lot of people are around baseball. Those of us that follow the Cardinals were stunned because of the way they came back, but not surprised in the sense that this ball club never was going to quit in this game, even down 6-0.
And they sure didn't quit, and you didn't see any quitting them in any of their at-bats, and the way you'd see the Cardinals in the dugout. Wainwright came back out after a rough outing, and he was still kind of there, hoping that things would turn in a positive direction. And what Davey Johnson said in that interview is what was really tough for him to watch as a manager is the free passes at the end. And that really is what essentially did in the Nationals. A lot of 8 walks in this game. You're not going to win a game when you walk 8 guys. You rarely do, even if you start out with a 6-0 lead. They had the power early, but their pitchers just were not able to finish off at-bats. A lot of those walks came after 1-2 counts and 2-2 counts. So the Cardinals continued to work those at-bats, and also, they didn't have all the big home runs, although Descalso's home run was huge, but they did have the big hits in that last inning. And again, I'm still stunned, Pat. I know you say you're not surprised, but you got to be a
Not surprised
little
that
bit.
they battled back, but I'm certainly stunned that they were able
Holy
to come
cow.
all the way
Can you
back
believe that?
and win this game.
I still can't believe it.
I think we knew the makeup of this team was the kind that could continue to come back
I'm with you.
like they have. Nobody expected to come back from a 6-run deficit. So before we want to remind you, playoff our coverage on Fox Sports Midwest right after Game 1 in San Francisco will be on Sunday night, so don't forget to tune over immediately after the coverage on Fox nationally, locally here on Fox 2. And playoff Big Mac land bonus days are back. Get a 25-cent Big Mac every day the Cardinals play this postseason when you buy one at regular price. 25-cent Big Macs every day this Cardinal playoffs postseason. Go Cards, and the celebration is underway. We'll take you there when we continue on Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live.
Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live is brought to you by First Bank. At First Bank, we are banking on your future.
Swinging a line drive into left center, tough for the Cardinals center fielder. He dives and makes a sensational catch. The pitch to him. Swing and get up, baby. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Home run. Rolling has just given the Cardinals a 4-2 lead. Listen to Cardinal Nation.
He hits it in the air to left field. Back is Chavez. At the wall. This ball is gone. 2-run home run, Yadier Molina. Breaking ball struck him out, and the Cardinals have won the pennant.
Bringing a shot into the right field corner. If it's fair, it's trouble. It is fair, and the Cardinals lead 1-0.
Ground ball to the right side, and the Cardinals have done it.
Craig hits it in the air to right. The Cardinals have taken a Game 7 3-2 lead and a home run by Alan Craig. What a team! What a ride! The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
1-2 to Holiday, and that one's ripped deep left field, and there it goes. Matt Holiday unloads on one. And the 1-2, and Ugla, bouncing ball, Descalso. The play to first in time, and the St. Louis Cardinals advance. The Cardinals racing off the field as the debris comes pouring down again. But the Braves come up short, and a 6-3 victory for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Swing and a line drive off the shortstop's glove. 1 run in. Here comes a tying run. He scores. It's 7-7, and the Redbirds have come from behind again. What a big base hit for Descalso. Wow. Second and third, 2 out, and a 2-2 pitch for Pete Kozma. Swinging a line drive into right field. That's a base hit. 1 run in, 2 runs in. The Cardinals lead it 9-7. They've scored 4 times here in the 9th inning to take the lead.
Can you believe this, Mike? Can you believe it?
2-strike pitch from Jason Mott. Swinging a high fly ball into the second base area. There's Descalso. Cardinals with an unbelievable win, 9-7, and they rush onto the field to grab their closer, Jason Mott, who's the winner. What a ball game, John. This is something. You can talk about last year in World Championships, but this game here is just phenomenal.
When it was 6-0.
Mike Shannon describing our plays of the day, brought to you by American Patriot Beer. And the Cardinals, well, they deserve to celebrate. Now 14-5 all-time in winner-take-all games, 7-4 on the road in winner-take-all games, and they've won 6 straight dating back to the NLDS Game 5 loss at Arizona when the Diamondbacks went on to win the World Series that year. Rick, you have to put it in perspective, but this franchise since 2000 has been so dominant, and I'm not saying we're spoiled because we appreciate every single one of these, and we appreciate tonight like none other, but we have seen some fantastic baseball in this illustrious history of this franchise.
Well, we really have, and we're very lucky to be a part of Cardinal Nation, and this is really a celebration of the Cardinal organization as much as it is the players that did that great thing on the field that we just saw. I mean, an unbelievable game. You could hear it in Mike Shannon's voice, his love for the game of baseball, his appreciation for the excitement of the game that he was able to call there in Washington, and just a monumental game. It's going to go down in Cardinal history, what they were able to do in the 9th inning of this game against the best team all season long in the major league scene. So really just a phenomenal moment. I loved hearing Mike make those calls, and yes, we are lucky to be in Cardinal Nation and get to talk about a lot of postseason games.
Yeah, and we have for the last 12 years or so. So the Redbirds do advance to the NLCS for the 2nd straight year. We're going to head back to Nationals Park now. Daniel Descalzo and Carlos Beltran stepped to the podium moments ago. We'll bring you their thoughts, brought to you by the Missouri Lottery.
What did you think when Carlos led off that 9th inning with that double?
Well, you know, down by 2, we need somebody to get on base in order to bring the tying run to the plate. So that's a huge at bat there by Carlos, to give us a chance to at least tie the game.
And up the center again to the left.
For either of you, can you just kind of describe the mood in the dugout, starting from when the Nationals went up 6-0 and you guys started to claw back, and then all the way up until the 9th, sort of the environment, the atmosphere, your attitude there in the dugout?
You know what? When they were able to score those runs, early in the ball game, and as a team, we feel we have a good lineup, so we were able to put good at bats and able to get them run by run, and it was a great game. There's no doubt that they're a good team, young team, but a real good one, and they're going to be playing for this type of game for a long time.
You want to answer, Joe?
If you would have told me that Adam Wainwright was going to give up 6 runs in the first 3 innings, I wouldn't have believed you. But we knew we had a lot of game left after they scored 6. Nobody went up there trying to hit a 6-run homer. We needed to scratch and claw and just get ourselves back in the game. And we were able to get ourselves back within striking distance and, put together some big at-bats down the stretch. And our bullpen pitched fantastic today and kept us in it and gave us a chance to come back.
Any more? Right here in front again.
Carlos, what were you looking back? What were your thoughts about joining a World Championship team and knowing that the challenge that comes with that, trying to repeat, on a team that you weren't on in the first place? What drew you to the Cardinals, and what have you seen since you've been here?
Well, for me, when I made my decision this offseason, and it was based only in trying to have the opportunity to be playing these type of games. And, the Cardinals, after Pujols went to Anaheim, I thought that they were going to be able to come and look for a bat, and I was available. And thanks God we were able to, get on terms, agreed on terms. And when I showed up to spring training, it was fun because, the attitude that these guys have, when they take the field, they believe in themselves. And at the same time, it's a good team. We felt, we were able to fight during the regular season, and to get to the point where we are right now, it's a great feeling. So I'm very, very happy with my decision.
And we had another one up the center.
Well, let's talk in moments. We'll talk about Carlos Beltran, but what about Daniel Descalzo? The big night for him, and his big series continued, Rick.
Well, he hits a home run in the 8th inning. The first time a Cardinals second baseman has had 2 home runs in one series in postseason play. And really, I think a lot of people would say, well, we wanted Skip Schumacher in the lineup, and we all love Skip. Descalzo did not swing the bat well all season long, but wow, he sure made up for it in the last few weeks of this season. And the base hit up the middle, again, just a huge at-bat for him. It ties the game, and that long comeback is not over yet. The Cardinals not only tie it at 7 in the 9th inning, but Pete Kozma, who's been another big surprise, also comes up with a hit. But Daniel Descalzo is really the MVP of this game.
Well, and then you look at Carlos Beltran, and he talked about the attitude of this ball club when he first got to spring training. He recognized that, and that wasn't just because they won the World Series, because a lot of things had changed up. But he recognized the fact that they had a winning attitude, they had the pieces in place, and then all he does is go 3 for 3 with a couple of walks on base all 5 times. He He hit .444 this postseason.
And the 3 Cardinals that in postseason have reached base 5 times. One's named Brock and the other's name is Pujols, and pretty big names, I'd say, in Cardinal history. And this night for Beltran was right up there among those nights with 5 at-bats, positive at-bats. He's hitting the ball hard again. He's not having those off-balance swings. Seems to have a better command and understanding of his strike zone at this point. And that at-bat when he hit a double, and really what you liked what the Cardinals were doing inning after inning as this game unfolded is they were getting a lot of guys on the leadoff batters on. Be a walk, a base hit, and in Beltran's case, a double in that last inning. And, you know, getting that leadoff guy just continued to put that pressure on Washington, and they dodged a few bullets. The Cardinals, again, weren't very good with runners in scoring position in the early going, but once they dodged those bullets, they couldn't dodge the last ones in the 9th inning. And the Cardinals just continued to just put the pressure on by getting that leadoff runner on base.
They certainly did. The tweet is on once again as they continue to flood into at FS Midwest. We'll bring you some of those now. I did not quit believing, and LACA 24-23. There was some shaky moments for us. I think we all were hopeful.
Yeah, I hoped. I don't know if I believed. Well, I'm not sure the nuance of difference.
I believed that they would give it their all, and they had an opportunity when it was 6-0, but it was a difficult uphill challenge, but they were able to get it done. Outstanding effort. San Francisco, get ready, 12-12, and that will happen on Sunday. And that's a winner, an NLDS winner, Cardinals, and 12-12, as the Cardinals do get the win in this winner-take-all Game 5.
I like the guy that tweeted me in the 8th inning and said, see, I told you the Cardinals are just spineless and they don't have any, they just have no heart. And this is another example of a Cardinals just having no heart. That guy needs to go do something other than tweet.
Probably should give back his membership card to Cardinal Nation, I think is what he probably should do. Let's get back to D.C. once again. We're going to go inside the visiting clubhouse because the celebration is underway. Jim Hayes talking over the win tonight by the Cardinals with Adam Wainwright. Jim, take it away.
All right, guys, I am with Adam Wainwright. And Adam, I know you didn't have the kind of start you were hoping for, but when you watch your team peck away and peck away, what's the emotion like for you?
You know, the amazing thing about our team in that dugout tonight, nobody lost hope. You know, I put us in a huge hole, 6-0 down to Gio Gonzalez, one of the toughest pitchers in baseball, with a tough bullpen coming in behind him. And, you know, everybody just knew if we kept chipping away, we were going to get a shot to do it at the end. And gosh dang, if we didn't do it, you know, I mean, guys kept stepping up and making good at bats and putting good swings on tough pitches and taking walks when they could and getting on base and forcing the issue, man. It was just it was special to watch.
Did you say anything to anyone when you came out of the game?
Yeah, I turned around to the infield and I said, hey, pick me up. You know, it's my bad right there. Pick me up. It's not over. And Kozma looked me right in the eyes and said, you got it. I mean, there wasn't any back down from those guys tonight. They were resilient as our team always is, but I mean, it's unbelievable.
It's uber resiliency because last night was a heartbreaking loss, and some teams might be dragging going into today. Then you're down 3-0 after 7 pitches, then 6-0. But you're saying these guys just don't give in?
They don't give in, and I mean, last year was obvious, you know, an obvious testament of that. But I think just going out there and reproving that this team has a lot of confidence in big moments. It has a lot of resolve. You know, they're just not backing down, they're not giving up, and there's just so much heart in here, it's crazy.
Congratulations. Thanks, Wayne. All right, Adam Wainwright. Guys, we send it back to you.
All right, Jim, thank you. Much more from Jim inside the Cardinal clubhouse there in Washington in a moment. And Adam Wainwright, well, he has been so good in postseason. Just 2 starts, but remember all the work he did in 06 as the closer. Tonight, let's look at this as an aberration.
Well, I feel good, Pat, not only for all the Cardinal fans and all of Cardinal Nation, but for the 25 guys that are on that team. But the guy I feel the best for right now is Adam Wainwright. This is the worst start, really, of his career, and not much different than the start that he'd had in Washington not that long ago, where he really struggled against the Nationals. He gave up 9 hits in 2+ innings in that start in Washington in early September. So this was another one just like that for Wainwright, and you could just see in his body language just the kind of just feeling so bad about feeling like he maybe had let his teammates down. And you know, Wainwright talked in that interview with Jim Hayes about how the team has heart. Well, Mr. Wainwright has a lot of heart, and you know he brought his best effort. The results weren't very good. He made a lot of bad pitches early on and gave up the 3 home runs. But I feel so good for Adam Wainwright right now because he's going to get a chance, guess what, to pitch again. And we're going to see Kyle Loesch pitch again. And we're going to see Chris Carpenter pitch again. And I still can't wait to see those young arms out of the bullpen every time they come in. Trevor Rosenthal, Joe Kelly, both those guys, again, outstanding tonight.
They were huge in keeping that score, that deficit at 6-0, and then eventually as they chipped away. In fact, we're going to talk about them a little more closely here. You give away with Adam Wainwright only getting 1 out in that 3rd inning. You give away to Joe Kelly. And I believe we all had confidence in him at that point that he could get the job done, and Joe Kelly did just that.
Well, the only problem with Joe Kelly was when he got his 2nd strikeout in the inning, he thought there was only 2 outs and there were 3, and he got confused. But, you know, I like the fact that he smiled about it. There he picks up his 2nd strikeout. He wants to pitch some more. But they said, no, that's all you need. And Joe Kelly did basically what he's done all season long. Just pitched well, 1 2/3 innings. He had a couple strikeouts. But this guy was even better. This guy was blowing gas. I mean, just nasty curveballs. You know, Bryce Harper said that, you know, I can't hit this guy. Well, no, you can't. I mean, that fastball up in the zone, and then he fouls one off, 99. He's throwing 100 miles an hour, and then that's an emergency hack right there.
Yes.
I can't hit that pitch or that pitch. And then he goes nasty on him. Are you kidding me? He's got one of those too? I mean, not only does he throw 99.
Tell me he could do that.
Oh, that's not even fair. And then poor Mr. Zimmerman got 300 miles an hour worth of fastballs. 100, and guess what? 100 again. It's 0-2, and I guess it's 400
miles an hour.
400 miles an hour.
You made contact with one of them.
One off, yeah, but just not a good at bat. But he was good, and then Jason Mott, you know, unfortunately gives up a run in his inning, but then is able to settle down, got a couple of outs, important outs, including this one, a pop-up, and you thought at this point, Pat, he'd get out of that inning.
And he actually was ahead in that at-bat as well to Suzuki, and Suzuki, after he gives up the run, he does get this out. But Suzuki,
every out matters at that point. It could be
absolutely
worse. Chad Tracy could have added on, made it worse, and then Mott goes out and really has a simple, very, very simple 9th inning against a team that, you know, just think about how distraught those Nationals had to be in their clubhouse. They're not used to postseason play, many of them, and they just got it taken away from them. I mean, they were 1 strike away. They were planning their celebration. They were getting ready to jump over the railing and jump on the field and hug their pitcher. They had the champagne chilling in their clubhouse. All those thoughts, and unfortunately for the Nationals, from their point of view, that champagne had to go from one clubhouse to the other.
And the bullpen outstanding tonight. 6 2/3, just 4 hits allowed, just the 1 run by Mott in the 8th, 6 strikeouts, only 1 walk, and that's a lot of pitches from the bullpen. But that's what happens when the starter only records 7 outs.
And notice the 1 walk. That's the difference between what the Cardinals bullpen did and what the Nationals staff did in general, including Gio Gonzalez. I was really not impressed at all with Gonzalez's start tonight. You give him a 6-run lead, and he can't throw a strike. And, you know, he actually walked 4 guys in a game where he had a 6-run lead. And, you know, he's, again, a potential Cy Young Award winner. So, you know, for him to be satisfied with going 5 innings against a team with a 6-run lead, you know, to me, that was the open door that the Cardinals needed to get Gonzalez out of the game, get into the bullpen. You were kind of worried about their 8th and 9th inning guys, although the Cardinals certainly handled Storen well. But those other guys are the ones that you've typically done some damage against.
We are going to continue here on Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Right now, we're going to remind you that McDonald's bonus days are back. Get a 25-cent Big Mac every day the Cardinals play this postseason when you buy one at regular price. 25-cent Big Macs every day the Cardinals play this postseason, and they'll be playing a lot more baseball thanks to the come-from-behind victory tonight in the 5th and deciding game in the NLDS. More to come from the Champagne celebration.
Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live is brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. When you play, students win.
Well, the Cardinals are celebrating for the 3rd time in 11 days as they beat the Nats in come-from-behind fashion in Game 5 of the NLDS. Jim Hayes is in the middle of all of it. Let's take you inside the Cardinal clubhouse for that celebration and hear from Pete Kozma. Jim?
All right, I'm with Pete Kozma and Carlos Beltran. Carlos, I want to ask you, heartbreaking loss last night, as heartbreaking as it gets, you guys are down 6-0. Oh, my God. What's going on in the dugout? Thank you, Jaime.
Believe me or not, today we fought. We fought as a team, even though, we fall back 6 run down, and, we were able to come back little by little, and, we were able to play the game the right way, approach the game one at bat at a time, one pitch at a time, and, thanks God we were able to pull this one up and move up to the next round. Pete had a great at bat, give us those two-run lead, and after that, we felt confident in Mott.
How much confidence do you pick up from veterans like this guy, being around him?
I mean, just every day, just keeps on building. Every day, I mean, he let it off, with a great double, and it just kept on going.
When you let off with the double, did you know that was opening the door to the comeback, or you weren't sure?
Well, when I went to hit in that particular bat, I was thinking on just being able to be patient, being able to get good pitch to hit, and try to put myself in the base path. And I got a fastball. I was able to drive it and, hit it for a double. After I hit the ball, I know how the lineup is coming. So, you never know. If I tell you the 100% that we were going to be able to win this one, it's hard for me to say that. But you know what? Incredible things happens in this game. You can take anything for granted because all of a sudden you can be winning by 6, and all of a sudden you can lose that game. So it's not that I'm saying that they play bad baseball. They play good baseball. They really fought to try to win this one. But I just have to say that it was great for us that we were able to win this one. It's going to give us a lot of confidence moving on.
Thanks, Carlos. Pete, one last thing. Take us through that at bat. Obviously, that's the key hit as you guys go out on top. Take us through what you're thinking, what you're trying to do there.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is just, get a good pitch I can handle, put a good swing on it. Hopefully it'll fall for a hit. He gave me a couple early, and I didn't pull the trigger on it, and that last one I finally did.
I've asked you this before. Big stage, doesn't seem to make any difference to you. You're the same guy. Where does that confidence come from?
I think you just got to take yourself out of the situation and just take it, just be the pitcher and just go from there.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Pete Kozma. Guys, we send it back to you. No. Let's bring in David Freese. False out cue. All right, David.
Again?
Yeah, we're going to talk again. We had a little technical issue the first time.
We're not recording?
No, we weren't. I forgot to push the record button. All right, so.
It's the same coat?
Yeah, can you tell it's soaked? Remember how you shielded me before? We'll reenact it. What's being said in the dugout when you guys are down 6 awful early in this?
It's over. Pack your bags. No.
Back to you. I knew it.
No, just keep fighting. And, in my opinion, I looked at the bullpen, and we got great arms out there. A lot of arms that a lot of guys haven't seen, which is, I think, good in the postseason when you haven't seen, the arms that you have out there. And you keep grinding it out. And, we wanted to pick up Waino. Tough outing, obviously, but it was a long game, and we just kept scrapping, and you never quit fighting because this game's crazy, and you never know what's going to happen, obviously.
New pieces, obviously, that weren't part of that magical run last year, but a lot of the same pieces in place. Does that carry over the confidence of knowing that you're really, based on what you did last year, never out of anything?
Honestly, I don't even really think about last year. I just look at what's ahead, and you try and win the game. Pitch by pitch, play by play, and I think the one thing that I think about is Carlos Beltran, in the sense that we want to win a ring for him. That guy deserves a ring, just like last year with Fuki, Dotel, Rhodes, all the guys that been around this game and haven't had a ring, and that means a lot to us. We've talked about that a lot, and so we're going to try and do our best.
Thanks again.
All right, Kat. I'll see you in 5 minutes so we can do this again.
All right, David Freese, we send it back to you.
See, there was a little technical issue, but they've got it all squared away now. There is a definite positive vibe when it comes to Friday clinching games for the Cardinals the past 2 postseasons. All of these games went the Cardinals' way, all on Friday nights.
Well, the NLDS Game 5 against the Phillies, that may be my favorite game on that particular list. I mean, there's a lot of good games on there, but, World Series Game 7, yeah, I guess that's pretty good.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good, too. But this game, right up there with it. And, again, maybe a different year, some of the same characters, some new
ones, and some maybe less likely heroes coming through, like a Daniel Descalzo, like bullpen guys that we didn't even think were on the Cardinal radar till next year or the season after.
Let me say something about what David Freese said in his comments to Jim Hayes. He was talking about wanting to do this as the game was unfolding. They really wanted to get Adam Wainwright off the hook, and David Freese said, I looked down in our bullpen and I saw all those good young solid arms, and I felt like maybe we could do that. And all of the comments that we've heard so far, including Beltran and others, they're talking about each other. They're not talking about themselves. And I think that's what a team does. And this team is really gelling at the right time. And that's really what matters in baseball, is to gel at the right time, to kind of get a thing going together, and to not be talking about you, but talking about somebody else. And you saw the joy in some of the faces. John Jay in that clubhouse being so excited when they call out Pete Kozma's name. To me, that's not, hey, it doesn't have to be me as long as it's one of my boys. And that's what I love about this kind of crazy team sport of baseball. It's individuals playing a team sport, but when they come together, it's very, very special.
And feed off each other, which is what happened today. In so many ways they did. You know, last year at this time, we couldn't even call Jason Mott the closer. We weren't allowed to. Now, he is definitely the closer. And moments ago, as that celebration was continuing inside the visiting clubhouse in Washington, Jim Hayes was able to catch up with Jason Mott.
All right, so you're most proud of the at-bat tonight?
No shot. That was terrible. I foul tipped a couple, so that was cool.
That is good.
Better than normal.
From your standpoint, watching this team get off the mat, what's going through your mind?
Get off what?
Get off the mat, off the ground.
Oh, I was like, I don't know what that means.
What did you think I said?
No, you said get off the map. I didn't know what that meant.
Not map, mat.
Oh, okay.
That's a boxing term?
Oh, yeah, I don't box.
In 3, 2.
These guys don't give up, man. It's one of those things that down 6-0, they didn't give away at bats. They went out there and battled against a great pitcher. Guys just kept battling. That's what it's about. Not giving up, and these guys didn't give up, and was able to come through big again in the 9th, and I was able to go out there and shut them down in the bottom half.
We've seen some of the young guys really make contributions, like Kelly and Rosenthal. Mohiga was good too, but those guys, what do you see from them that has impressed you the most, aside from fastballs near 100 miles an hour?
Yeah, other than that, those guys, they go out there with the attitude of, I'm going to go out there and give it everything I have, and I'm not going to, be, I guess, freaked out by the situation. They just go out there and let their abilities take over. And, with the guys in the bullpen, those young guys in the bullpen, those guys have done a heck of a job. Those guys go out there and, just go out there, throw and execute their pitches. As far as guys in the field, those guys go out there and they've done a heck of a job as well.
Alex says wrap. Do you know what getting up off the mat means?
Yeah, it's when you get punched in the face, you get knocked out.
Like down 6-0.
Yeah.
So good analogy.
You got to get up off the mat or the mat.
See, that's what I said.
You got to get up off the mat.
You got to get off the
mat. In 3, 2, 1. From where you're sitting, from your vantage point, watching this team chip away, and come back, what's running through your mind? There we go again?
Yeah, if we keep it where it's at, we're going to win. And I think that was our feeling down the bullpen talking that they weren't going to get more than 6 once we got involved. And, we kept them there. And
they did.
Oh, they did get
more
than 6.
You're welcome.
They was just lulling them to sleep, setting them up.
But then you see a guy like Kozma come through and get the go-ahead hit. A guy that I don't think too many people even saw on the radar.
Yeah. If Zepp keeps it up, he's going to be getting up off the map.
That's why. The thing about those, Petey and everybody's surprised by Descalzo. None of us are surprised because those guys are talented. And they did a hell of a job tonight, and we get to play again on Sunday. So,
great job, guys. Thanks. Harold, let's go over here.
Go get him, Ferky.
Real quick.
You big leagued me earlier. Remember you asked me to come on, I said yes, and then you were like, oh, we got somebody else.
No, because there was someone else waiting to talk to you. I was being polite. Were you giving me the stink eye?
I was, because I don't like you treating that like that.
I don't big time this guy because he's too big. I'm afraid of him. I am a little afraid of you. So can you just talk about what's being said in the dugout, down 6-0 like that?
Well, you know, you got Carp and Mike and the staff and, you know, all the bench players did a great job of keeping the energy up and, you know, just saying, hey, let's go. Let's keep chipping away and get a couple runs here and there and see what happens.
And when you see it coming around, are you thinking back to last year? Are you thinking, you know, we've had the experience of being down and coming back?
Maybe a little bit, but, you know, you're concentrating on your next at bat or your next inning of defense. But, yeah, I mean, as a group, you feel pretty good that we have done things like this before, and you know, if you keep battling, keep pushing, anything can happen.
They're tearing down the plastic, so we should wrap. Thank you.
All right.
You want me to go? I did not big time you.
A little bit wet.
Yeah, all over. Thanks. Back to you.
Jim, nice work through technical difficulties and razzing from the players.
And by the way, this is the one time I can think of when you do not mind when another man pours a beer on your head. I mean, I can't think of another time where that's much fun, but Mitchell Boggs and Jason Mott seem to be relishing that opportunity with Zepchinski pouring the beer on their head.
And I want to commend Rick Rowan, the clubhouse guy for the Cardinals, to come up with some Rams Budweiser to pour on each other. I don't know where you I don't know where you find that in Washington. They must have brought it with them. In division series, you look at what the Cardinals have done since 1995, and the Cardinals 26-12, a 684 winning percentage, tied for the second in wins and the second in wins of the series at 8-2.
I got another tweet that on my personal Twitter here that I just think I got to share. One guy said that now that the Cardinals have won this game, maybe Mike Matheny needs to write a sequel, One Last Strike Again, to Mr. La Russa's book that's out, because 5 times in this game, 5 times the Cardinals were down to their last strike again. And so
5
I'm
times.
looking forward to that Matheny book.
So
I'll buy it.
At FS Midwest, and then it is your
Ricky H49.
There we go. I just want to get that out for you.
You tested me. I remembered it.
No, I agree. And you'll find him on Twitter. You'll find
FS I got all kinds of fun stuff.
And by the way, Jim Hayes and I, we tweet on the Fox Sports Midwest account.
Yes, you do.
We're not quite as popular as Mr. Horton. Back to the nation's capital now. We're going to hear from the skipper, Mike Matheny. Comments brought to you by the Painting and Decorating Foundation. Here's Mike Duff.
What is it about this team that every time you face an elimination game, you face the most pressure you can possibly face, it brings out the best in you?
Well, I think it's just the kind of people they are, and they believe in themselves. They believe in each other. It's been this style of team all season long. They just don't quit, and I think that just says a lot about their character. And you can't say enough about the experience they've had in the past, too, where they've had their back up against the wall, and they realize that no matter what is being said out there, no matter how many people count them out, they control their destiny. And we were down 6 runs, and I think it brought out something better in them. And every inning, the guys were just constantly talking about, hey, we're going to do something special here. And it wasn't just a bunch of cheerleading. I mean, they believed it. And it's just a special group of guys, and it's a pretty incredible night that's really almost hard to get your head around.
And from Mike Matheny's quick comments to the rookie managers who've been able to do this, to lead their team to a league championship series in the division era since 1995, and he's just the 4th to do it. First Cardinal rookie manager, obviously, and joins a pretty important list there.
And Brenly was able to go on and actually win a World Series as a rookie manager. But, you know, that's a lot to expect of a rookie manager. You are actually dealing with stuff that you've never dealt with before, veteran managers. And, you know, often a rookie manager is in a rebuilding season. And you really have to credit John Mozeliak and the Cardinal organization, and Tony La Russa for that matter, for leaving this organization in good standing when they passed it along to Mike Matheny, and he's just done such a great job. He's a leader of men, and of course one of our favorites here on Fox Sports Midwest, because he did what we're doing here, did some post games for us last year. But Mike is just such a quality baseball guy. I'm so happy for him and his players, and you know, and who knows, maybe he can get one of those World Series things too.
So are you going to be the Red Sox next year? Is that who you're managing next year?
No, I'm not moving on. No, I'm
you're
just
going to stay right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want the pressure.
I wouldn't want that either. The tweet is on and has nothing to do with Rick's managerial skills.
Talk about pressure.
And
Twitter. Wow.
Cardinals win tonight.
That's worse than managing.
They don't call them the comeback Cardinals for nothing. Here we come, NLCS. Also, the tweet is on. We never say die, we never give up, and we don't back down. Watch out, San Francisco. Cardinals Nation is coming to town.
And we don't back down. And I like what Mike Matheny actually said about the kind of the attitude in the dugout. He said it was not fake, it was not phony, but it was real guys just supporting each other, saying, let's chip away and get back in this.
Well, Cardinal Nation, keep cheering. Our players know how to keep us in the game. 12-12, go Cards. Echoing what you just said, go crazy, folks, go crazy.
I got to tweet 4 out of 12 because that's what I'm counting, by the way.
Four down?
Yeah, 4 out of 12.
Four down, 8 to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing better than this feeling right now. Proud, 12-12. We're going to continue with your tweets. And also, we'll start previewing the NLCS. Don't forget, right after Game 1 on Sunday, flip it back here to Fox Sports Midwest. Pete Kozma, he gets the first champagne shower and the celebration in that visiting clubhouse at Nationals Park because of his big go-ahead 2-run single. And that was what it looked like for the Cardinals moments ago. Let's listen now to the memorable highlights, courtesy of TBS and KMOX, the Cardinals Radio Network.
Now it is Zimmerman, and he swings and hits it deep to center field. This is trouble. It is over the wall and a 2-run home run. It's 3-0 for the Nationals.
The windup and the pitch. A swing and a long drive, right center field. This is out of here. Bryce Harper hits his first career postseason home run to give the Nationals a 4-0 lead in the 3rd inning. From the belt, the kick, the pitch, a swing and a high fly ball, deep left field, toward the bullpen. Holliday looks up and it's gone. A 2-run homer for Michael Morse. The Nationals lead 6-0 in Game 5. The pitch to Holliday, swing and a ground ball, and it's fair over the third base bag down the left field line. Beltran is on his way to third. He's going to come on around. Beltran is going to score. Morris gets the ball back into the infield on an RBI double by Matt Holliday. And there's a start. It's 6-1 Washington. The windup. Clippard's pitch. A swing and a long drive to right field. Way back down the line. It's a goner! A home run for Descalso, and it's a 1-run game. The Cardinals trail by 1 with nobody out in the 8th, and that came on a 2-2 pitch.
Pitch to Daniel is on its way. Swing and a line drive off the shortstop's glove. 1 run in. Here comes a tying run. He scores. It's 7-7, and the Redbirds have come from behind again. What a big base hit for Descalso. Wow. Second and third, 2 out, and a 2-2 pitch for Pete Kozma. Swinging a line drive into right field. That's a base hit. 1 run in, 2 runs in, and the Cardinals lead it 9-7. They've scored 4 times here in the 9th inning to take the lead.
Can you believe this, Mike? Can you believe it?
2-strike pitch from Jason Mott. Swinging a high fly ball into the second base area. There's Descalso. Cardinals with an unbelievable win, 9-7, and they rush onto the field to grab their closer, Jason Mott, who's the winner. What a ball game, John. This is something. You can talk about last year in World Championship, but this game here is just phenomenal.
So the celebration was underway at that point, and you look at the series numbers, and well, the most important thing, obviously, is 3 wins to 2 wins. Cardinals over the Nationals, and a couple of interesting moments. And you look at the ERA.
Yeah, that's key.
And the starters' ERA, and you would think, well, with the blow-up, the unfortunate start tonight for Adam Wainwright, it would have ballooned it more than it did, but it's really the Nationals that had more problems.
Yeah, the Nationals were the best pitching staff in the National League, too. They had a good bullpen and a good starting staff, and let the Steven Strasburg should have been available conversation. I mean, that's just going to be just crazy in Washington. They've already been talking about that for quite some time, but that's just going to get worse. And by the way, I checked. I have enough pages left in my Bob Carpenter scorebook, and so I can keep going.
We can go NLCS, and if we were lucky enough,
it's all good.
We've got enough room for 8 more wins, for sure. The scenario sets up like this. It's now our Bomberito automotive playoff picture shows that all 4 of these 5-game series went to a fifth game. First time that's ever happened in playoff history. It will be the Cardinals and Giants in San Francisco, Yankees and Tigers beginning in Detroit.
And storied franchises are the 4 teams to remain. The Yankees, you don't have to say anything about them. The Tigers have a rich history as well. The Cardinals and the Giants are 2 of the National League's best, along with the Dodgers in terms of how many pennants they've won. So it's going to be a great series.
So Sunday and Monday in San Francisco, 7 o'clock start times. These all on Fox nationally. And then games 3, 4, and 5 here in St. Louis after the off day on Tuesday. And don't forget, all of these games on Fox, but all of these games afterwards. Flip on over here to Fox Sports Midwest. We'll have the best breakdown and post-game reaction of anyone, as you've come to know. And the St. Louis Cardinals are looking forward to taking on the Giants in the NLCS. Let's look back at their season series this year.
Big breaking ball, track, wall, gone!
She drives this one to right. This baby is way back. It is out of here.
Oh, how about this play? And the catch is made. A long throw. Oh, he got up. Wants it. And the catch is not made. Doing a little bit of everything tonight. Wow!
And the series numbers, it was split right down the middle. There was a lopsided 12-0 game that the Giants won here, Rick, while they played 4 in St. Louis. They split those 4 games. The Cardinals certainly didn't play the best defense, and they didn't hit particularly well average-wise, but they did out-homer them 7-4.
Well, they're going to out-homer them.
Right.
The Giants do not have a lot of power, and I believe they were last in the National League in home runs, but they do defend well. So I think that series kind of played out for the rest of the season in terms of both teams' normal production, and they split those games. The Giants are really a scrappy team. Posey's a big part of their offense, Sandoval as well. But Melky Cabrera, his suspension is over, but the Giants don't want him. And you still just wonder whether or not that's going to end up being a good decision for them. They didn't want him in their clubhouse. He would have been the batting champion in the National League. So there could be some what-ifs for the Giants if they don't continue to win the pennant in the National League.
Well, let's flash back. This will be the 3rd NLCS meeting between the Giants and Cardinals, the first coming 25 years ago, and it's Jeffrey Leonard just tortured the Cardinals at the beginning of that series.
One flap down.
Leonard hit the home run and hit home runs in each of the first 4 games in that series, and Ricky, when he went one flap down, Bob Forsch knocked him down.
Well, that was the key moment in that series. Bob Forsch, the late Bob Forsch, our good friend, hitting Jeff Leonard, and the team was not the same after that, and we certainly were. How about Jose Oquendo going deep? I mean, that's an unusual sight to see Oquendo doing that. Danny Cox, such a gamer, and really just a top-notch, big game performer. He kind of reminds you of Chris Carpenter and Adam Wainwright in that regard. And Danny Cox, there's that celebration. And I think we had some champagne after that.
Probably did. 15 years later, the Cardinals and Giants meeting again in the NLCS. Giants up 5-1 in Game 1 when Kenny Lofton admired a home run. When Mike Crudell came up and in on him, the bench is cleared. Tony La Russa, Dusty Baker came nose to nose, and that was really the beginning of...
And you know what's going on? They're saying, wait till we have a conversation later when you go to the Reds. It'll get worse.
It'll get worse. Redbirds only getting 1 game in the series, Game 3, in which they were powered by a home run off catcher Mike Matheny. Cardinals winning Game 3 5-4. Down 3-1 in the series. The Cards had a chance to stave off elimination in Game 5, but Kenny Lofton once again was the dagger, hitting a walk-off single in the bottom of the 9th off Steve Klein to give the Giants the series win, 4-1. And, well, obviously, Cardinal fans will like to forget that series and look forward to perhaps getting the better of these Giants once again.
And when you think about the Giants, you think about pitching. And yes, we have some tradition and some history with the San Francisco Giants. But when you think about this 2012 Giants team, you think about Matt Cain, Bumgarner. You've got some very good starting pitching, Barry Zito. And I think the real wild card in this series, from my point of view, is going to be Tim Lincecum. They've started using him a little bit. He was not very good this year. But how are they going to use him? When are they going to use him? And is he going to be the guy that he once was, the Cy Young Award winner? And so I think he could be a wild card. And, of course, Cardinal fans are hoping that he gets sharp next spring training, but not right now.
Not right now. Well, one guy, there'll be two position players everybody looking at, and that's the catchers in this one, because it really is a showdown of perhaps the top two of the top three candidates, perhaps for MVP. You got to look at Andrew McCutchen from the Pirates as well. But
and you put Ryan Braun, you put Ryan Braun on that list too. But in terms of Posey and Molina, you can't go wrong with either of these guys in terms of an MVP candidate. Posey hit .332, had over 100 RBIs. He's not the catcher Yadier Molina is, but he's not bad. I mean, he's a good catcher. He's just not Yadier Molina. I mean, that's not an insult. It's just a fact. Nobody is. But Posey really has good power potential, and again, he is the team's power with those 24 home runs. They really don't hit a lot of home runs. The caught stealing percentage, there's the difference. Molina close to 48%. That's an unheard of number, really, in baseball. The way the running game is handled. Again, Posey with the wins above replacement. That's kind of the new stat that everybody gets excited about. That really tells the full value of a player. And Posey and Molina both have a lot of value.
They really do, and really kind of similar, 6.7 and 7.2. They're both about 7 wins above replacement, the average player. They get those amount of wins, and you think about the fact that Yadier Molina batted a lot further down in the lineup, so his RBIs aren't going to be as high, but certainly as well, you hope that Yadi has a little bit better offensive series in the NLCS than he did in the NLDS.
You know, and I also think about not only Yadi having a good series, but I go back to the manager, Mike Matheny, and I loved his post-game thoughts. You could just see kind of the excitement in Mike Matheny. You remember that the team that gave him a chance to continue to play after he had his concussion injuries and issues and gave him a chance to play a couple more years in baseball was the San Francisco Giants. And he has a great heart for that organization. They were very good to him. Of course, the Cardinals were as well. So it's going to have some interesting emotions, I think, for the Cardinal manager to be managing against the Giants with really everything on the table now. I mean, this just gets more and more exciting as it goes on. So we think we're excited today. We're not done yet.
No, just getting started, as a matter of fact. Let's look at the NLCS for the Cardinals in their history, their illustrious history. And for the Cardinals, well, this is the 11th trip to the NLCS. They've won 6 of the first 10 championships, and 4-6 record in Game 1s, 0-4 record in Game 1s on the road, though.
Yeah, and you think about the road-home question right now in the playoffs, and the Reds-Giants series was backwards. The Giants lost both games at home, then won all 3 in Cincinnati, and you know it happened in other series too, where the home road the Cardinals winning 2 out of 3 in Washington as an example. So, you know, the Cardinals actually not having the advantage in this series, maybe it's not that big a deal.
Reminder, you know that the only place to go for complete Cardinal coverage after every playoff game is Missouri Lottery. Cardinals Live here on Fox Sports Midwest. We'll be here throughout the NLCS. Tell your friends, once the game is over, flip from Fox over here to Fox Sports
forget
Midwest.
Your friends, tell your enemies, tell your neighbors,
everybody.
Tell people you don't like. It doesn't make any difference. Why shouldn't they? Maybe you'll like them more if
you can share in the celebration of a Cardinal victory.
It brings us together,
doesn't
it?
It breaks down all kinds of barriers.
People hugging it. I mean, just remember that scene last year, 2011, after winning the World Series. Just the thousands and tens of thousands of people in downtown St. Louis. Everybody's friend, so why not?
Are you ready to get mobbed out in Ballpark Village like we did last year? I'm okay with that.
I got a lot of friends last year out in Ballpark Village.
One more tweet. The tweet is on one last time. Cards' favorite words, down to their last strike. Red October. Is that Tate Matheny, perhaps?
Oh,
Mike Matheny's son?
Could be. I bet it is.
Either that or he's done a good job.
He should be studying, by the way. He's in college.
It's been confirmed that is Tate Matheny.
Well, he still should be studying.
He should be studying.
Was he watching the game?
Rick, it's Friday night. It's okay.
Oh, yeah. It's college. I remember.
Remember Friday nights in college?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Where was that? UVA? Had to throw that in.
I remember.
Yeah, you and Ryan Zimmerman.
Who made the last out of this game,
You're having a better night than Ryan Zimmerman's having right now. It is final take time, Rick.
Well, my final take for this game is this was the most unbelievable game I would say that I've seen, barring Game 6 of the World Series a year ago. The Cardinals were flat on the mat, and that was Jim Hayes' terminology, and they were. But the fact that they were able to come back in that game tells me that this team may have something more in store for the teams that they're going to face down the road. And they're certainly not going to be scared. They're certainly not going to lack confidence. And they're certainly not going to continue to play hard even when they're down early in a game. So I cannot wait to see what happens in this next series.
No, neither can I. NLCS Game 1 Sunday, 7 o'clock Central Time here locally on Fox 2, then flip back over here to Fox Sports Midwest for the post-game coverage. Thanks so much for watching. We leave you now with the 6 straight elimination game victories by the Cardinals, including tonight. Enjoy.
Swinging a line drive into left center, tough for the Cardinal center fielder. He dives and makes a sensational catch. The pitch to him. Swing and get up, baby. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Home run. Roland has just given the Cardinals a 4-2 lead. Listen to Cardinal Nation.
He hits it in the air to left field. Back is Chavez. At the wall. This ball is gone. 2-run home run, Yadier Molina. Breaking ball struck him out, and the Cardinals have won the pennant.
Bringing a shot into the right field corner. If it's fair, it's trouble. It is fair, and the Cardinals lead 1-0.
Ground ball to the right side, and the Cardinals have done it. Craig hits it in the air to right. The Cardinals have taken a Game 7 3-2 lead and a home run by Alan Craig. What a team! What a ride! The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
1-2 to Holiday, and that one's ripped deep left field, and there it goes. Matt Holiday unloads on one. And the 1-2, and Ugla, bouncing ball, Descalso. The play to first in time, and the St. Louis Cardinals advance. The Cardinals racing off the field as the debris comes pouring down again. But the Braves come up short, and a 6-3 victory for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Swing and a line drive off the shortstop's glove. 1 run in. Here comes the tying run. He scores. It's 7-7. And the Redbirds have come from behind again. What a big base hit for Descalso. Wow. Second and third, 2 out, and 2-2 pitch for Pete Kozma. Swing a line drive into right field. That's a base hit. 1 run in, 2 runs in, and the Cardinals lead it 9-7. They've scored 4 times here in the 9th inning to take the lead.
Can you believe this, Mike? Can you believe it?
2-strike pitch from Jason Mott. Swinging a high fly ball into the second base area. There's Descalso. Cardinals with an unbelievable win, 9-7, and they rush onto the field to grab their closer, Jason Mott, who's the winner. What a ball game, John. This is something. You can talk about last year in World Championship, but this game here is just phenomenal.
When it was 6